Everybody put your hands together. If you know he's been good, lift your hands and say, you were good, Lord, yeah, yeah, yeah. Everybody say, Lord,
Lord, I'm here to sing
my praises for
all you have done.
and I will
lift my voice
to give you thanks.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
And they call me UJ. When you need a shoulder to cry, run on my pumpy, so we try what.
But if you know what the body is for, and you or it's good, let us know, all right? 055-556-1034. Good morning, Indy, Machin, Ojeko, bonjour. This is GTV Breakfast. This is how we do it on GTV. Those of you who say, hey, GTV, are you still there? We are there, Papa. We're here, live and direct. We're also on Facebook. Look for Ghana Broadcasting Corporation and follow us, like us. So when we come on air, you get a notification. We've got big conversations around pilgrimage.
Yes. People are going to Hajj in their conversations. Are people being cheated? Why has Ghana reduced its quota?
That is it. What is the whole business around the Hajj movement? We're having that conversation on the show. If you're thinking of going on that pilgrimage to Mecca, you want to let us know how your feelings are this time around, this year. It's been off for like 2 years. It's back again. And issues around the Hajj will be dealt with this morning. 055-556-1034. Tema.
The traffic on the motorway.
Madness.
Even this dawn. Please, who's using the motorway? What time did you leave home? How many hours were you in traffic yesterday? Are you still in traffic? Let us know. We are streaming live, and you can also catch us on DSTV channel 278. And also, if you look for the hashtag GTV Breakfast, take photos of you on the motorway, the traffic, and tag us, okay? Use the hashtag GTV Breakfast, and let us know what traffic looks like. So for rush hour, our guy Jay will be on the motorway, and we'll be bringing you live updates as to what it looks like. It looks like from the bird's eye view, it looks like ants, like an anthill of cars.
And at 7 o'clock, we'll have the sports news. But for 6 o'clock, we've got the breakfast news right now. All the news that happened while you were asleep, you need to catch up with it right now. You stay with us. This is GTV Breakfast News coming up at 6 o'clock.
Hello again, good morning. Coming up in the news, temporary rumble strip installed in front of Islamic Senior High School after students riot with the police. And Speaker of Parliament directs Defence and Interior Committee to visit Kumasi Islamic School on a fact-finding mission. And Russia bars top UK journalists and defence figures in response to similar sanctions by the United Kingdom. My name is Valerie, and now to the details. Temporary rumble strips have been installed on the road in front of the Islamic Senior High School at Aprepo in Kumasi to help prevent vehicular knockdowns in the area. They were put there a day after students of the high school protested about what they said were frequent knockdowns in the area as a result of speeding vehicles. Their protest on Monday ended in a clash with the police as they were said to have blocked the main road and prevented vehicles from moving. The Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Akufu Dampare, visited the campus on Monday for first-hand assessment of the situation and have subsequently interdicted 3 senior police officers in the Ashanti region for the role the police played in the pandemonium on campus. The interdiction follows the allegation that the police fired live bullets in addition to the tear gas to disperse the protesting students. Still on the disturbances, the Speaker of Parliament, Mr. Alban Bagbin, has directed the Parliamentary Committee on to urgently visit the Islamic SHS in the Ashanti region to show concern and ascertain facts during the police crackdown, which left at least 30 students injured. The directive came after the Minority Chief Whip, Alhaji Muhammad Mubarak Muntaka, and other members of the House raised concerns over the incident during parliamentary sitting on Tuesday.
The Idra incident just happened, and there was a commission of inquiry. The report implementation of the Speaker has been very poor, and you see this happening again in the same region. If police will go into a school campus knowing that these students are unarmed, some of these students are as young as 12. Their lungs are not well developed, and they will look into the crowd and fire tear gas and live ammunition. The Speaker, it was only by his grace that we didn't lose any student. And I think this lack of professionalism from the police, also the police, or those police who went there, the Speaker, should not just be left to the police administration to deal with.
I also have a different version, different from what my colleague narrated. So it may appear as a one-sided story. And so a call for an investigation is well placed, and I commend my colleague to that score. However, I think it's also important for us to commend the IGP. We may have to wait for the police to finish its investigation, after which we can come as an aftermath.
So I will direct the Committee on Defence and Interior to take this matter up, visit the police, starting from the IGP to the Regional Police Command and the school in question, the hospitals, and see the and report back to the House with your kind permission by Tuesday. By Tuesday, that is 1 week, as to your findings. And then we now await the final investigation of the police. If there is a need for us to take any further action, we will do so.
The Accra-Tema motorway has experienced serious traffic hold-up in the past 2 days. Motorists say due to repair works on the motorway, a lot more motorists are diverting to the beach road, leading to the gridlock on that stretch as well. Our regional correspondent from Tema, Michael Duwanu, on Tuesday visited both roads and has more in the following report.
Time to be a motorist or a passenger here in Tema. We are currently coming to you from the beach road. Behind me is the Tema Port and Harbours Authority. This road connects to Community 3, Community 2, and the beach road. The traffic situation here is really terrible. Passengers are not able to go, drivers are not able to move. We will be talking to some motorists and also talk to some passengers to find out the level of frustration. Already we know there's some work going on the Tema motorway, which we are also trying to get a view for our listeners and our viewers. How is the traffic situation?
How the traffic they said you na manipa e kwan ba kwa mo ye munye wieda. Traffic is start anopa be no nsia. But me the traffic ma be 3 hours kwa na undu baby obeko e free ha yetema habo free akosi no ngwade wo fa ba this time de badu fie na agba na 8 traffic jama esia ne onyina ibasa ukokrom kura na usuro tiesra no onhwe na mpanifo mu de ombe afa ho de amai.
But I learned it is on the motorway they are doing some patching, so it is causing the traffic here.
How is the traffic situation for you?
Too bad.
How long have you been in?
About 45 minutes.
Wow, that's terrible. And do you think there should be some alternative routes so that we can be using for the time?
Definitely. Maybe the flyovers, they should consider getting one along the route. It will help us.
How is the traffic situation?
It's too huge.
And how long have you been in the traffic?
Almost 45 minutes now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to Accra.
It is an area where commercial harvesting of wood products is excluded in order to capture elements of biodiversity. The Achimota Forest Reserve, located in the heart of the city, is home to a variety of animals, including lions, monkeys and parrots. This area was gazetted by Ghana's colonial authorities as a reserve in 1939 with objectives including serving as a field laboratory, research for schools in Accra, providing a place for recreation, conserving biological diversity, as well as playing the ecological role of purifying the air in the city. However, years of unbridled encroachment has reduced the size of the forest from its original 495 hectares to 355 hectares, and portions turned into waste disposal sites. Phase 1 of the new 600-bed capacity Eastern Regional Hospital is nearing the halfway mark. As work progresses steadily, the contractors are determined that completion of the first phase will meet the December 2023 timeline. The Eastern Regional Minister, Mr. Seth Champong, has visited the project site to inspect the level of work.
Work on the 70 million euros Eastern Regional Hospital in Koforidua began in August 2021 after President Akufo-Addo cut the sword for work to start in July 2020. The new ultra-modern facility will handle and help improve acute care and referral services, as well as lend support to the ever-expanding scope of primary healthcare facilities. The first phase of the project comprises a 285-bed area and is to cover a total floor space of approximately 20,000 square meters. Mr. Omar Farouk is the construction manager on site.
We are on schedule and the project is going well till now. And as you see, as I told you in the round, we have 470 laborers and we are on schedule. The work is going on very well. And it is a turnkey project, including the training, including the equipment, medical equipment, everything.
The Eastern Regional Minister, Mr. Seth Champong, was satisfied with the progress of work so far. Following reports of the breakdown of the only CT scan machine at the region's foremost facility, Mr. Champong said efforts are afoot to replace the equipment.
Thankfully, the newly procured CT scan, it is the manufacturers, installers that we're just waiting for. So we're hoping that in the nearest future, not in the not too distant future, the next time you visit us, we'll visit the facility. Then we'll have it on camera for everybody to see. We've advanced this conversation so far, and I'm very confident that it will be installed in no time.
When complete, the facility will be fitted with teaching facilities, outpatient department, accident and emergency services, pathological services, theatres, inpatient wards, burns care units, medical waste management system, among others.
The resurgence in COVID-19 cases in Ghana has necessitated a renewed campaign for mass vaccination against the pandemic. The Lejokuku Municipal Health Directorate has been educating residents of Teshi about the safety of vaccine. The program is targeting persons 15 years and above, pregnant women and lactating mothers.
The number of COVID-19 active cases in the country reduced drastically following aggressive public education on the disease and the observance of safety protocols. Sadly, the number of cases started going up recently as many people stopped observing the safety rules. At the last count, the number of cases nationwide was above 400. The Lejokuku Municipal Health Director, Madam Jacqueline Sfarijilani, has been encouraging the residents of Teshi to get vaccinated against the coronavirus.
This third round of campaigns that we've started, our target is 8,953, including under 15 and above, all eligible people. That includes the 15 and above, our pregnant women, and all other community members. We are targeting people who have not had the first dose, those who have had the first dose but have not had the second dose, and those who have got to take their boosters. In this campaign through the town, through Teshimami, we are hoping that they'll be more sensitized and they'll understand that the vaccines are safe, they are free, and they are easily available. They are available throughout the municipality.
The health promotion officer of the Teshi Community Clinic, Madam Nagis Raouf, highlighted on the mild effects of the vaccines.
Now that the rainy season has come back again, the cold, so we will be getting the flu, most of the diseases have come back again. So we should protect ourselves from the COVID and other virus that is around us has emerge in the community.
Some residents who had already taken the vaccines described the exercise by the Health Directorate as good.
Development Bank Ghana, DBG, has formally opened its doors for businesses providing long-term financing to the country's private sector. Performing the official start for the financial institution, President Akufo-Addo said with $750 million in equity, DBG should be the bedrock to the country's renewed commitment to developing the private sector.
Of Ghana, DBG, is seen as a new engine of Ghana's economic transformation. DBG comes on board to increase access to long-term finance and boost job creation for 10,000 enterprises in key sectors, including agribusinesses, manufacturing, and high-value services. It is also to empower banks and entrepreneurs through financial innovation and other advisory services to strengthen the ecosystem in which businesses operate. Today, the Development Bank of Ghana has officially started its operation to change the game of micro, small, medium-scale enterprises in the country with the needed financial support in the medium and long term. The Chief Executive of the Development Bank of Ghana, Mr. Kwamina Duka, said the core business of the DBG is to support the sector that makes the economy thrive.
We have an enormous task ahead of us, one that I and the DBG team take as a sacred task. We want to do it different. It's our priority, it's our responsibility to ensure this is at the core of everything DBG does.
The governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison, said DBG will address the challenges of the lack of long-term financing.
The Bank of Ghana's expectation is that DBG, together with other DFIs that will be licensed, would help address market failures in Ghana's credit markets by supporting businesses invest long-term and promote growth and job creation.
The Minister for Finance, Mr. Ken Oforiatta, said the new financial institution will assist the financial ecosystem, expedite economic transformation, and create jobs.
With the launch of DBG and the establishment of other critical institutions to fill the gap in our financial ecosystem, we believe that the future for the private sector in playing a more dynamic role in the economy will be substantially enhanced. We therefore look forward to a strong partnership among DBG, the participating financial institutions, and the private sector to make this vision a reality and to provide jobs and prosperity for our people.
The President, Nana Akufo-Addo, said with Development Bank Ghana now operational, the country is taking the right steps towards a entrepreneurial economy.
Government expects the Development Bank Ghana to use its strong financial position to support the growth of private sector companies, to help create high-quality jobs, and enable Ghana's private sector to compete more favorably within the framework of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The launch of the Development Bank Ghana, I am confident that we're taking further important steps towards building a stronger, more prosperous, entrepreneurial and dynamic economy, especially at this sensitive moment of crisis in the global economy.
Aside providing financial support for the private sector, Development Bank Ghana will also support all financial institutions, including commercial banks in the country, with the needed loans for their operations.
Do it different.
Ghana's contingent 2022 skills competition in Namibia is back home with 2 gold and 2 silver medals. President Akufo-Addo congratulated the medalists who came among the top 5 in the competition. The president said skills training is the future for Ghana, hence the decision to invest handsomely into the TVET sector to strengthen the building blocks to make the skills development thrive.
The skills competition is a platform to help to develop the skills of Africa's youth. For the 2022 edition, about 70 competitors from 9 African countries, including Team Refugees, competed to win medals in 16 skills categories. Out of the number, Team Ghana competed in 10 categories. They are mechanical engineering, web technology, fashion technology, electrical installation, and automobile technology. The others are cooking, dressmaking, welding, bricklaying, and mechatronics. At the end of the competition, Ghana emerged with 2 gold and 2 silver medals. The winners and the competitors were at the Jubilee House to present their awards to the president. Louise Morgan from the Cape Coast Technical University took the gold medal in mechanical engineering. Manfugi Yaho Agbo from Ho Technical University won gold in web technology. Ibrahim Adam from Accra Technical University brought home a silver medal in electrical installation, while Deladem Oko won silver medal in fashion technology. A Deputy Minister for Education, Mrs. Gifty Chum Ampofo, said these awards and investments into the TVET sector is a signal of how important the sector is to the unearthing of talents.
TVET is not a matter of bread and butter, but TVET is the engine to move Ghana forward.
The President Akufo-Addo said government will continue to make significant investment into the TVET sector because it holds the future to the country's development.
Being able to train a workforce where people can do things with their hands. I think in Ghana for a long time, people like me have been, unfortunately, too much the center of the educational system. White-collar people doing a lot of big talk in English. And what we need to do more than anything else in Ghana is to encourage people like you so that we can do things for ourselves and make things for ourselves in Ghana.
President Akufo-Addo congratulated all the participants and encouraged them to improve their skills because it holds the key to their potential.
Now to some foreign news. Russia has barred a number of UK-based journalist and defense figures as part of a series of sanctions in response to UK measures on an array of Russian public figures. The BBC's Clive Myrie, Ola Guerin and Nick Beek, who have reported from Ukraine, and Director General Tim Davie are on the list of 29 media figures. Russia's foreign ministry said the British journalists included on the list are involved in deliberate dissemination of false and one-sided information about Russia and events in Ukraine and Donbass. On the phone line, we have our favorite weather woman. We have our favorite weather woman, Felicity Afianyo, is on the phone line to tell us our weather updates. Good morning, Felicity. What's the weather looking like today? Should we go out with our umbrellas?
Good morning, Larry. Yes, we all have to go out with umbrellas today. I believe at around GBC right now, you are having a cloudy weather, and some getting some few slight rain from it.
Right. And so for our official folk, what would you advise? And then also for passengers who are going to be driving?
Yes, we have a rainstorm that moved in at dawn and is doing westward progression. Though it's a storm covering from the north to the coast and parts of the sea, it's not every area that is going to get moderate to heavy rainstorm. Some just have the cloudy weather, windy conditions, and some will have the liquid coming out of it. The fisher folks too, it's not pretty good for fishing activities today. We have the rain clouds likewise those over the Volta Lake too. But then the Volta Lake, they can go for fishing in the afternoon. That's after 12 noon today. They can go for fishing activities. Temperatures are also going to be on the mild side because the clouds will cover the sun, so we will not be seeing much of the smile of the sun today. So apart from the wetness, it's pretty good for any outdoor activities, especially those of us over the capital. We will not be that much heat, except some few areas close to the central region.
Felicity, how about the people who live in mountainous areas? What would you advise?
Yes, for the mountainous areas, there are areas that are likely the originators of and rejuvenating of this type of storms. So they should always be ready because the conditions over there will be stronger than any other places because the relief or the mountains will also be adding their characteristics to the storm that is traversing over their area. So if they have a weak structure, this is the time that they should start renovating them. And then if there are areas, gutters are choked, this is the time they should start distilling the gutters so that the subsequent ones that will come that will be resulting into runoff will not affect them negatively.
Right, Felicity, thank you for those weather updates. And that was Felicity Afianyo, our favorite weather woman. And still to come, we have conversations around flu and cold. I beg your pardon. Also conversations around Hajj. And then also conversations on the motorway and what the motorway looks like. The hashtag to follow is GD. We'll be right back.
And they call me Eugene. When you need a shoulder to cry, run on my pumpy, so we try our suicide. Let bygone be bygone. I didn't see whatever I'm gonna do, we go straight to stardom. I'm gonna take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna take you to next level. My baby.
at don't coldness level.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
From 1921 to 2021, the journey to our centenary has been amazingly worthy. Azar Group is 100 years and continues to achieve greatness.
Main brands which were in the company are Azar Tex, which is an emulsion paint, texture paints, which we were the first people to produce it in Ghana, and Azar Gloss, which is oil paint. We were the first people to produce the carpenter's glue. Now we have new products like silicone paint.
Join Azar Group Celebrate 100 years and to create another brilliant 100 years together.
I am 7 years old. Beep, beep, beep. I am 4 years old.
We are 12 years old.
It's been 1 year since I started my antiretroviral treatment.
You can live a long, productive life with antiretroviral treatment. With antiretroviral treatment, HIV-positive expectant mothers can have healthy HIV-negative babies. Go to the nearest health center, test and know your HIV status. If you are positive, ask about antiretroviral treatment and you will receive help. Antiretroviral treatment is your only option for a long and fulfilling life.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
Maninye ajana wan. Coronavirus nyala dorshel den shirib jene ni yalmangle. To demine nam kar ben alwiya niruku Ghana mulchi pam tang banwane halni sambam polo to ama lahbal yasil din le ben yala Ghana nam yina na coronavirus ma tim be de sharga kana to banga mang chibla la sharga ma ka guwa manga kace corona bande den nang man yasim pam be minisa hashatin jewo inyala ngun chibe coronavirus sharga Ghana millions nyala ban yina ti chibla la coronavirus sharga ma karka gadama shiale Pangmamang pam kagwa bodalire inchang tichibi coronavirus sharngoma bokaleji yagule dinang ka yayum kinanu din zang chen za anyala ngun ni to chible ami chen na tichibi kaji a national ID card shell an kumbale inchang kapti chibale karbuwa ka ta ka chenche corona dorwel ngoma da babu tizayi kan ala tubola dalire inchang tichibi coronavirus sharngoma Pangmiye maki chang ti chible kar chele ka samban de vrla yohanya ka tabto chible ntata man ka buka chenche dorwel mo tana ko pang mtamanga ka tanangna te nya pobrese ka pang tamanga ka ta parate nuhe ni chibo dembe yole non ko shelle de zora kana ko pang tamanga ka tanangna lalgam ne taba dit nan karnyala te bela langu shi bom gubta manga bom gubti asamna doam pangma man ka chang Antichivo coronavirus sharga pum 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 pum.
Come on.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
my neighbors.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate chicken vegetables.
So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars being an African.
Yeah. Can I show what is written about?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Just stand and turn.
So what's your pleasure than Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning. So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
Hello.
Yes, Daddy.
Oh, Siti.
With your voice, no teaching my okay.
I can't live without you.
Talk to me. Daddy, the money. Oh, yeah. I'm a.
Thank you. Oba money for you now that you'll be able to me. Heavy rainfall.
Yeah, me and my wife.
Where is it?
In Sio Beneto. You think slave queens are cheap?
Oh, no.
Just use ZPay to send me 1,000 Ghana cedis. After all, the charge is only 5 cedis.
No problem. Come inside. Surprise visit.
The money.
Okay. ZPay mobile money. ZPay.
Oh, thank you so much.
Don't mention.
I can even use the same ZPay mobile money to pay my bills. Now let's
dial *270# to pay all your bills.
It's so good to have you here. Yeah, it's good to be here. So what's going on? Are we in the flu season, Doc?
So it seems so, right? Mm-hmm. Around this time when the weather is a little bit cool and it's raining a little bit more, it seems we are in some kind of season. From the data we have in the lab, it looks like from April, May to June, July, when the weather is a little bit cold, we have an increase in the number of respiratory cases. And then also in September, October, November, towards the end of the year, we have this increase in respiratory cases as well. So it seems that we are in some kind of season at the moment, yeah.
What has the weather got to do with how we feel in our bodies?
So usually the viruses that cause these colds and flu, they are able to survive better when it is a little bit colder, slightly colder. And once they are able to survive, then moving from one person to the other is easier. So that's the whole idea here.
Does this mean that in the temperate areas in Europe and all those other places, these colds and flus are more common?
Exactly. So during the winter months, when they are, the weather is cold for them, they have huge cases, especially of influenza. And from their data, it shows that up to about 600,000 people are able to die each year from influenza alone. Wow. Yeah, during their flu season, which is
okay. And now you've mentioned, what's the difference between influenza, flu, and cold?
Yeah, so the cold, when you have a cold, it takes some time to build up, you know. It takes a little bit of time to build up.
How much
for flu? Maybe 3 to 4, 5 days. Right. And then you usually have like a runny nose, you know, maybe slight fever, not so bad. It's something you can handle easily. But when you have the flu, this would really take you to the hospital because you feel like you've been run over by a truck. You feel very bad, you feel very sick, and it is very sudden. You know, you are fine today, the next morning you wake up and you are not well at all, you know. And they are caused by two groups of different things. So flu is usually caused by influenza viruses, and the disease is also influenza. But for colds, they can be caused by other things like rhinoviruses, human coronavirus, and other things as well.
Okay, so influenza and cold are not the same.
They are not the same. So cold, we refer to it as cold, just the symptoms of, I have a catarrh, I'm not feeling too well, that kind of thing. So the symptoms are very similar. So when you have the flu, you also have these kinds of symptoms. Your nose is blocked and all that. But usually you don't have like a really runny nose or things like that. You feel very feverish, chills, muscle aches, a bit more serious than if you have like a common cold, which will be caused by the rhinovirus, you know, or other coronaviruses.
Okay, in case you just joined us, we're looking at colds and flus. My guest is Dr. Ivy Asante from Noguchi, and you can send us messages on 055-556-1034. Why are they so contagious?
I think it's because of the way they spread, you know. So when you are talking to someone and you have a cold, I mean, when we talk, we produce small, tiny droplets that we are not able to see. So usually the virus is coming through these tiny droplets, you know, and you can inhale it directly if you are very close to the person. You know, the weather is nice, it's cool enough for it to travel to the next person. You can easily inhale it, and then you get it. Maybe I have a cold or a flu, I'm coughing into my mouth, into my hands, and I'm not, you know, washing or decontaminating my hands, and then I'm greeting someone, you know, the person is touching their nose, they are going to get it, you know, and then I'm coughing maybe onto my tablet, onto my phone, you know, I'm showing something to someone, the person is touching it, you know, doorknobs, tables and things like that. You are touching, and then you are touching your nose, you are going to get it very easily, you know. Yeah. So and then you are coughing, you are sneezing, you know, onto things, and then you are I mean, people are going to pick it up very easily. Yeah.
Okay, so we're bringing up an illustration on the screen, and just to back up what you just said, cold symptoms versus flu symptoms.
Yeah.
So talk us through this particular illustration.
I wish I could see.
Okay, so we have congestion. On the cold side, you have congestion, itchy, watery eyes, and feeling tired.
Yeah.
And then on the flu side, you have fever,
yes,
body pains, I believe.
Yes.
And then you have excessive fatigue.
Yeah.
And then common to both of them is cold,
cough,
runny, stuffy nose, sore throat, and a headache.
Yeah, okay. Exactly. So they share symptoms in common. They share symptoms like a cough. But then for things like flu, you get a fever, there's body aches, and then you feel so tired, like you've been run over, you know, by something, and you feel also like you've got malaria also. So usually we get treated for malaria when we have a flu, you know. But for colds, I mean, you have a lot more runny nose, you know. Yeah, it's milder than if you have the flu. Yeah.
What is rhinitis? Symptoms of flu and colds, and you have like fever, headache, chills, cough, sore throat, and rhinitis.
Yeah.
What is rhinitis?
Running nose, yeah, and things like that. Yeah,
all right.
Yeah. You have your throat feels itchy, you know, it's bad, and then your nose is running, you know. Yeah, and so rhinitis comes from like rhinoviruses. Yes. You know, you get a rhinovirus.
Okay. You were talking about how they can be very fatal in the temperate climates.
Yeah, yeah.
In Africa, can people die of influenza?
And so we have to like have better mortality. I don't know how to say it. Data. We have the numbers but usually you don't know exactly what killed them. And in some countries in Africa, they are able to trace, and so this person died through like a cold or a flu or whatever. So we have to have better data. But also in Africa, we get people dying from having the flu. Yeah.
And what would be the underlying conditions that would tip it over from, hey, I have a flu, to, hey, Charlie, this is now life and death?
So there, so it's a bit severe in children under 5. And then in people who are older, above 60 years, it's also a bit severe. But in between these age groups, for young, healthy adults, you are able to handle it a bit easier. And then people have underlying medical conditions, you know. So this could like help you to tip over, you know.
Okay. And what kind of underlying conditions are you talking about?
Oh, things like obesity, maybe you are hypertensive, you know, all these heart problems, you know, all these other things, and you are not able to handle infectious diseases very well. I mean, you could easily tip over. So usually, our body trying to fight the infection, you know, produces a lot of cells to fight these infections, and then the cells end up blocking your lungs and things like that. You are not able to breathe very well, and then you are not able to handle it well, you know. Yeah.
Okay. Talk to us about ways of tackling these colds and flus, especially with those who think, okay, I'm not feeling too great. It looks like I have a flu. Pop some antibiotics, and they think they're good to go.
Yeah, so so that we don't get it, all of these COVID protocols, they're actually infectious disease protocols, you know. So wear a face mask when you are going to be in a crowd for a long time, you know, and then please wash your hands as frequently as possible. You know, if you don't have a hand washing available, use a disinfectant, you know, to clean your hands as much as possible. The antibiotics, they prevent bacterial infection, bacterial spore infection. So if you have something like a cold and a flu, which is usually caused by viruses, antibiotics will not be a good idea. If you are not feeling well, stay home, stay in bed. I mean, you can, there are a few home remedies that could ease your symptoms to help you, you know. Honey is really good. It's a good it has antimicrobial properties.
Honey,
so
regular
yeah,
honey.
Irregular honey. So instead of going to buy like an antibiotic, or so maybe you can prepare some hot tea and put a little bit of honey in it, and then you drink it, you know. Ease your symptoms. We can make hot water and steam, you know, to clear your throat, your nose and things if you are not able to breathe. Yeah. Drink soup. Soup is good. It's healthy.
Soup is good, eh?
Yeah.
Light soup.
Light soup, yeah. Drink soup. Soup is good. Soup is always very healthy. I mean, eat foods that will boost your immune system. We have effervescent vitamin C. You can dissolve it and be taking it every day.
Okay.
Eat contomere, green leafy vegetables a lot. Anything that will boost.
Contomere is good for colds.
No, I mean for your immune system.
Okay.
You know? Yeah. So anything that will boost your immune system to be able to handle the infection. Yeah, it should be good.
We're going to be giving you the opportunity to call and speak to Dr. Asante on colds and flus, influenza. So the number will be on the screen pretty shortly. And then you can give us a call and let us know what's on your mind, what questions you want answered about colds and flus, causes, prevention, and remedies. And so you've spoken about a few home remedies. I mean, the honey and how about lime?
Yeah, I mean, lime is also good. I mean, you can put a little bit in water, warm water, and then drink. It should boost your immune system. You know, anything that can boost your immune system, older than 5 years and then less than 60 years, you're a young healthy adult, you should be able to handle some of these infections well. So once anything that will boost your immune system to be able to handle these infections, yes, please do so. And let's slow down on the antibiotics, because at a point it could give us problems. You know, you have a condition where you need treatment with antibiotics, and then because you've been abusing antibiotics, then you have resistance. You know, you can't treat anything with any antibiotic.
So you use them and they don't work, or
they don't work. You have to use more expensive brands, you know, stronger ones which are a bit more expensive, and you may not be able to afford it. So let's slow down the antibiotic use and do a few home remedies. Those are much better. And if you don't feel well at all, and you still, I mean, you need to see someone. No, the doctors are trained enough. They are actually aware, because of all that is currently happening. They are very much aware of it, and they will be able to help you, you know, to fight these infections.
What does the data say about abuse of antibiotics in Ghana?
So I think it doesn't look good for us, you know, with the antibiotic use currently. I mean, because a lot of people abuse it, and I think they're also using it in like the animal industry and all this. So it's not helping at all. So we should slow down.
Slow down. Is that what they used to call carbon belt and all those things?
Yeah, those sort of things. Right, yeah.
Okay. We're going
those
to focus.
Sort of things. Yeah.
Easy on that one belt. Okay. We're going to Takwa right now. Hello. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, and thank you.
Thank you very much. What's your name and what's your question for Dr. Asante?
Please, my name is Sarah from Takwa.
Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah. Please, I want to ask the doctor. I have a little boy. He's about 12 years now. He normally had that problem, and he sneezed all the time. When he had the flu, he sneezed continuously. And please, my name is Sarah from Takwa.
Yes. Yeah. Please put your volume off on your TV so that we can hear you through the phone.
All right. Please, I have a little boy. He's 12 years now. Mm-hmm. He used to have that problem. But when he had that problem, he sneezed continuously.
Mm-hmm.
You will see him sneezing. And I don't know, we have taken him to hospital several times, but still, he still has that problem. Please, how should I do?
All right, Sarah.
No, if there's anything that I can do to help him.
Okay. Dr. Santi?
I think sometimes some of these things are allergic reactions.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, maybe he's allergic to something. Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, I know people are allergic to like pollen, and things like this. So she should observe and see around which times he's allergic to. You should take him to the hospital. I mean, definitely we'll try and find something to help him.
Not all sneezes are flu and
it depends on what it is.
It could be an allergy.
It could be an allergic reaction.
Okay, all right.
To something.
Okay, and he's 12.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, and she's saying he's had this for some time. It could be an allergy.
Yeah. So check it out, Sarah, and let us know how it goes with your 12-year-old son. And yes, we're going to Adesu right now, going around Ghana, and Isaac is here. Isaac, good morning.
Good morning, Tav.
Champion, what's up?
Cool. How was your condition after taking the blood?
Oh, I'm good. Good to go. We have Dr. Santi here, who is going to answer all your cold and flu and influenza questions.
I have a little boy, less than 6 years, all the time.
Put the volume off on your TV so you can speak to me through the phone.
I did so.
Let's talk. You have a little boy.
Less than 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
All the time he's having a catarrh. All the time the nose are blocked. All the time. So I don't know if doctor can tell us what is it.
How to unblock his nose.
All the time.
How do we unblock his
I
nose?
think they use the same thing. Take him to the hospital. I suspect it might be allergies.
Okay.
Saying all the time.
All the time.
Yeah. So maybe he's allergic to something.
Okay.
Just take him to the hospital.
Because the nose is for breathing, right?
He should be breathing through his nose.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Please take your boy to the hospital.
Yeah.
It could be an allergy, all right? Thank you so much.
Allergy, yeah.
Greetings to everybody at Adesu.
Yeah.
Okay, keep watching GTV Breakfast. We're taking calls for Dr. Ivy Asante, research fellow at Noguchi. And we're looking at colds. We seem to be in that season. And all these, the runny nose, scratchy throat, cough, non-stop sneezing. We want to find your answers for your questions that you may have for the good doctor. So over-the-counter medication, but let's go to Esther first. Esther is in Kasua, Central Region. Esther, good morning.
Good morning.
Excellent. Is your TV volume off and you're speaking through the phone, right?
Yes.
Fantastic. What's your question for Dr. Santi?
Well, for about 3 days now, I've been having cough with sore throat.
Mm-hmm.
I went to the pharmacy and they gave me cough syrup, but still, it doesn't seem to cease. So I want to know which home remedy I should use.
Esther has a stubborn cough.
Yeah. I mean, she could have something. So either a cold or something caused by like one of these that cause these colds and flu. I would advise to go to the hospital and then let the doctor, take a sample or so and then see, because these symptoms are so similar. You can't tell exactly what it is that is causing it. I mean, there's also COVID in the mix, So it's better you go to the hospital for a swab to be collected and then for something to be done about it. I mean, in the meantime, she can, prepare hot water and then inhale all of these things to clear her. So it boosts her immune system,
light soup and kontomire and all.
Light soup, put a little bit of maybe yam, for us Ghanaians, we like putting small yam or cocoyam in the light soup. Okay. Not cocoyam, plant, a little bit of cocoyam in the light soup, so that I get a little bit of carbohydrates, from the soup and Okay. I mean, she can do that. Put honey in tea and drink and see. Advice you go to the hospital, for a swab to be collected, and then you can really tell what is happening. Yeah.
Okay, more calls. This time we are going to Weja, I believe. And Dave is on the line. Dave, good morning. Hello, Dave.
Yeah, good morning.
Greetings. What do you have to ask Dr. Asante?
Yeah. I have a son who is 12 years old. And normally, blood normally comes from his nostrils. So I want to find out what are the causes of it.
Do you want to ask him any further questions on that? He says blood normally comes out of his son's nostrils.
I mean, is it dry? Because usually when like it's really dry, and there's something, then if he's trying to sneeze or cough or so, then he might get a little blood in his nose.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like where he is it really very
Is it a very dry place? Is your environment dry? What's the weather like? It's gone. So if blood is coming out of your nose,
I don't know what would be the cause, but it's better he goes to the hospital, to check. But usually when it is also quite dry, and you get some sort of bleeding from your nose. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So thank you very much, Dave. I hope you take that advice and take your son to the hospital to take care of this. We'll keep our lines open for you so you can get in touch with my guest, Dr. Ivy Asante. She's a research fellow from Noguchi. We're looking at colds and flus, causes, prevention, and remedies. Can you actually go through life cold-free? Can you actually prevent it from ever happening to you?
I don't think so. I mean, it's
you can't get immunity from colds.
Immunity, you get it all the time, so your body will produce antibiotics, antibodies, yes, right. But along the line you lose it, and sometimes the viruses come slightly from when your body knew it before. So usually, I mean, you get these things all the time, you get bombarded all the time, but then your body takes care of these.
Have you been to Abokobi before? We are going to Abokobi right now.
Oh, okay. Gloria, all right.
Gloria, hi. Gloria, good morning. Gloria, put the volume off on your TV. Talk to me through the phone. Gloria, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. How is Abokobi?
I'm doing fine. My problem is most of the time, some of us the day between like 5 to 2 months, and it affects our kids. When I was a child, I don't know that shrimp I'm allergic to shrimp. I met a small boy doctor here and he asked me to be writing everything I take every day, even water. And then we got to know that at 55 now, I don't take Maggie. So the parents would watch the size, the way the pollen, the flower, there's some smell around the house. They should try and do that because no matter, just stick to the ginger and the garlic, you will be fine.
All right.
These spices there, you are killing the kids.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Thank you very much. Some good culinary and health advice
she's
from
right.
Gloria.
Garlic has a lot of antimicrobial properties as well. Garlic is really very, very good.
Garlic is good, eh?
Yeah, very, very good. I mean, it has antimicrobial properties against up to 12 or so.
Garlic?
Yeah, 12.
It's also used for warding off evil spirits.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's not your read. That's not your field. You can't measure those words.
But garlic is also very good. Yes. Garlic is also very good. And then you drink a lot of water.
Okay.
Keep yourself hydrated.
Lot of water.
You should be
okay.
fine.
So fruits.
Your immune system, drink a lot of water, rest if you need to rest, stay home, that kind of thing.
Are there vaccines for flu and cold?
Yeah, there are vaccines for flu, for influenza. Yeah, there are vaccines. It's because like in the temperate regions, it happens every year, and the virus that comes back is slightly different all the time, which means that every year the vaccine formulation is slightly different.
Wow.
So every year there is vaccine for flu, and you get vaccinated just before the flu season starts in temperate regions.
We don't have that protocol yet.
Not yet. But we are gathering data to see whether it is like a good idea to vaccinate against flu.
So before rainy season, then we're going to do our vaccination.
We are looking at how the data looks like. Yeah. Right. So we are gathering data to make this point, that do we really need the vaccine here? I mean, this time we have had a lot of cases. Does it look the same all the time? We are still gathering the data to make the point whether or not we should have a vaccine.
Do you do COVID research too?
Yes.
It's kind of connected to these.
Yes,
these guys.
I mean, the symptoms are exactly the same, almost the same. So you have to, be able to differentiate whether this is COVID or this is caused by influenza.
Because I understand in Ghana, the COVID vaccination is for just 15-year-olds and above.
Yeah.
So what happens? How do we protect those who are under 15?
I think the data shows that up to a certain point, I think up to 10 or 11 or so, it's fine for them. They're able to handle it a bit more easier than adults, so that looks like it. But there is still research ongoing to determine whether we should vaccinate younger people also as well.
Okay. So under 15, they are more likely to fight it better.
Exactly.
Okay.
That is what the data shows. But there's still, COVID is new. We are still learning about it. So, we are learning to see whether it is idea advisable to vaccinate younger populations. Yeah.
Okay. Just want to wrap this up quickly for our viewers who are interested in dealing with colds and flus. What would you want them to take away from this conversation?
Yes. So we have to know that around this time, these things are rampant. Colds, flu, coughs, all of these things, especially when the weather changes a little bit, it's slightly colder, these viruses will survive better and spread a little bit better. So what we should do is still maintain our COVID protocols. Please cover up, mask up when you are going into places where there will be a lot of people around you. Please wash your hands frequently, and if you are not able to wash your hands frequently, use alcohol or so, alcohol rub, and maintain a distance, social distance, and maintain a distance so that you are able to prevent yourself from getting these. All right.
People have been sending WhatsApps to us.
Okay.
So let's see.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see messages. Let's see. Please ask. Where are you going? Please ask if they want to know whether they are hereditary. Can it be handed over to you by your parents?
No, it's infectious.
It's infectious, not hereditary. Please.
No.
Okay. So more messages. Eben. Let's see. Okay. So I think we have enough messages. It's getting better. Let's see. Okay. So I think we're up to date. Good morning. Contributing factors to cold and the weather, right? It's a big factor.
Yeah. The weather is a big factor.
A big factor.
I mean, we are together. We are usually a lot of people together around. So I mean, it's easy. It spreads a bit more easier.
Okay. All right. I think we're up to date on the messages. David says, thank you very much. Protect yourselves from flus. And Dr. Santi, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And regards to everybody at Noguchi.
I will tell them.
Okay, so we're up to date with what we have to do as far as information on colds and flus are concerned. When we come back, it won't be me, it will be Valerie doing the sports news right here on GTV Breakfast. Black Stars did a good job yesterday against Peru. And then if you are thinking of going on the pilgrimage to Mecca, Hajj 2022, all you need to know will be on this show. You can start sending in all your questions about Hajj 2022. Those of you who paid for the Hajj in 2020 and then COVID came and said, you're going nowhere. What happens? Are you expecting a refund? Did you get your refund? We want to know all those issues. And then we'll do our sports at 7 o'clock, of course. And at 7:20, we will be having the headlines. Mr. Piatti today, what's going on there with the reconstruction and the people there who suffered from that blast in January. Lots more coming here on the show. Temamoto Way is a hellhole right now. People living there, they suffer 4-5 hours in traffic. One small refurbishment or reconstruction and people are suffering on the beach road. People are suffering on the motorway. I'm glad I don't live in Tama right now. I used to live there, but I can only commiserate with you. We'll have all that, keeping an eye on that, and of course our rush hour. And it's on this show. You stay with us. Follow us on Facebook. If you're leaving home right now, you're thinking, hey, I'm missing my show. Go to your phone, look for Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Follow us, like the page so that when we come up on air, you'll get the notifications. Sports news coming up with Sporty Val. She bleeds on you. And she's up next. Don't go anywhere.
Hello again. Now, time now for breakfast sport is 1 minute after 7, and the Black Stars have earned $50,000 for finishing third in the just-ended Kirin Cup in Japan. Ghana beat Chile 3-1 on penalties at the Panasonic Stadium in Osaka yesterday to claim the third position. Ghana missed out on the $250,000 prize money after losing 4-2 to Japan in the opening game. Ghana ended the game with 9 men as Alidu Seidu and Mubarak Wakasu was sent off in the second half to give the Chileans a numerical advantage in the game. Ghana won the game on penalties after it ended in a 1-1 draw. Goalkeeper Manaf Nurudin was the hero of the day when he saved 2 penalties after Ghana scored all 3 kicks to win by 3-1. Let's watch how 9-man Ghana beat Chile in the shootout.
No se siente más cómodo para ese lado, donde ha jugado en estos primeros.
Ado has expressed satisfaction in the determination and team spirit exhibited by his Black Stars side that beat Chile with 2 men down to place third at the Kirin Cup in Japan. Speaking after their 3-1 win over Chile, Ado said his team displayed the kind of passion he wanted to see, but acknowledged it would be difficult to now select his regular players following this performance.
This tournament was good for us, just to get some questions answered. You know, it's a lot of tough decisions to be made. I think overall we did well. Due to the circumstances, especially in the first match, we could see that we were tired. It was a long flight, and we had 2 matches before. So I think after Japan had the 3rd goal, it broke us a little bit. But in general, I have to say, it's I think we did well. You know, this makes it difficult for me to choose the players for the next window. This will be September. It will be the last window for the World Cup. But then the decision will be with me, and it's just details which we will decide which player will come or not. But this tournament was very, very good for us and all. For us or for me and the coaching staff.
Meanwhile, Ghana's opponent, South Korea, has beaten Egypt 4-1 in a friendly match at the Seoul World Cup Stadium in South Korea. Egypt played without sensational captain Mohamed Salah due to injury as they were battered by the Asians right from the to August 8, 2002. Now to World Cup matters. Costa Rica became the last team to qualify for the 2022 World Cup in Qatar with victory over New Zealand. In the intercontinental playoff, Costa Rica took third-minute lead when ex-Arsenal player Joel Campbell shot low into the bottom corner.
And they call me UJ. When you need a shoulder to cry, run on my pamper, so we try our suicide. Let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the bottom gonna do. We go straight to stardom. I'm gonna take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't code next level. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet, and the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria. Lufat.
Injija woman malaria and kawon to them. Lufat, a malaria drop a pen.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And I Lufat. Lufat, a two malaria sententem. FDA, Ashasa, a Jedi in Kratoi Ajatus.
From 1921 to 2021, the journey to our centenary has been amazingly worthy. Azar Group is 100 years and continues to achieve greatness.
Main brands which were in the company are Azar Tex, which is an emulsion paint, texture paints, which we were the first people to produce it in Ghana, and Azar Gloss, which is oil paint. We were the first people to produce the carpenter's glue. Now we have new products like silicone paint.
Join Azar Group celebrate 100 years and to create another brilliant 100 years together.
Hey, tell me what? Tell me what? Hey, tell me what? Tell me, beer.
They ma worry me. Watch me, you come 1 week, Mr. Oh, now who
yes. Oga, now then, senior, name me and you ma cut down my business is a collapse. I'm out of bounds.
So who take quick credit, Inka?
Quick credit?
Yes, quick credit. Who pesika? Eddie true UDM. We are government and a private worker. Who pesika they are till hot so. We are Busumi Ejuma. Who yes Sikadi Bibin Tempe so quick credit be ma loan and what you are kakra. Na and just some kesi say a collateral free loaner, susu, savings, account opening, and a deposit as MBL. You hear me say, Ghana card. 2022 year, 1 year Juma, now one hour young. Who need excuse here? Quick credit to 03022 00390 and 05969 20833. Besina quick credit.
Hello. Yes, Daddy. Oh, City. With your voice, no teaching my okay. I can't live without you. Talk to me. Daddy, the money. Oh, yeah. I'm a. Thank you too. Oba money for you now that you'll be able to me. Have you real phone? Yeah, me and my wife. Where is it?
It's your Beneto. You think slave queens are cheap?
Oh, all that.
Just use ZPay to send me 1,000 Ghana cedis. After all, the charge is only 5 cedis.
No problem. Come inside. Surprise visit.
The money.
Oh, okay. ZPay mobile money. ZPay.
Oh, thank you so much. Don't mention. I can even use the same ZPay mobile money to pay my bills. Now let's
dial *270# to pay all your bills with ZPay mobile money.
ZPay Shatumu Direct.
Ago! Sikaria, listen, I have good news for you. This is guaranteed to make you rich forever and ever.
I know what you're searching for. I'm alerting you.
Ajay, madam, please.
QNet does not make false promises.
What did Mama tell you?
Report suspicious activities at 0256 630.
Coming live from the capital. This is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate should be vegetables.
So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars being an African.
Yeah. Can I show what is written on the box?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Stand and tell.
So what's your pleasure than Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning. So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
Good morning. It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
So what's your pleasure than Votras, yeah? At that time of the morning.
You want it served buffet style, complimentary breakfast,
on-site restaurant,
or room service?
We've got you covered.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
with a trusted team.
So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
man, I'm a pampe, so we try our suicide. Yeah, let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the man gonna do, we dey go straight to stardom. And I gonna take you to next level. Oh, baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. But baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to next level. Oh, baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
At don't code next level, excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet, and the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV.
For 2 years running, the MacDan Youth Connect Summit has brought together policy influencers to engage, design, and accelerate youth empowerment efforts at the national level while interfacing with youth from the various tertiary institutions across Ghana. The first and second editions, held at the University of Winnipeg and Port Technical University campuses respectively, were enormously rewarding. Are you ready for the third edition of the MacDan Youth Connect Summit? Then come and connect with #1 business philanthropist in Ghana, Dr. Daniel Macaulay, at the UDS Multipurpose Auditorium in Tamale.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet, and the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
Hello, welcome to the headlines on GTV Breakfast. This is how you wake up every morning. And if we make you late for work, it's intentional. You don't have to stay behind the TV all the time. Just grab your phone, okay? And then follow us. Go to Ghana Broadcasting Corporation on Facebook and then click on the notification bell, and that will give you the opportunity of getting notifications from us. Shout out to the Tell It All people on Facebook. Really nice feedback for me and Val and T and the entire crew and Daryl and Jay and Maltiti making things big right here on GTV Breakfast. Lots of stories to look forward to this morning, and my guests are seated and ready to do justice to the headlines. Oscar Provençal, you know him as Inspector Mediaco. He can't live down that name. It's stuck. It's stuck. He has to be in that mode all the time. And Yanochie Frimpong, who's a lawyer and a historian. Gentlemen, you are welcome.
Thank you, guys.
Good to have you here. Oscar, as the Inspector Bediako there, it's stuck, man.
Yeah. I mean,
your relatives have been calling you Inspector Bediako.
Unfortunately, I don't even think I have a name now.
Fantastic. Well, you did a good job. You are on DSTV, right?
Yeah. I'm surprised that what we did in our youthful age as a passion of love has caught such a national, flavor to it, and I'm only grateful. It's not everybody who, in their career have that, that grace and that favor. So, with all humility, we're just humbled by it.
To do it, yeah. And I'm yet to see an episode, but in the reloaded Inspector Bediako, what are you? Are you like a mentor? Are you on retirement?
I'm on retirement.
Okay.
My son has taken over.
Oh, nice.
Yes, with a new group,
Okay.
A new team. So I give advice here.
You're like a consultant.
Sort of, and then once in a while I join them and support them.
I like that, like a godfather, in the system. I like it. I like it stuff. Mr. Yao, I'm not sure if you're good to have you.
Thank you.
What's interesting in your world these days? I mean, since we last met last week, what are you excited? What are you passionate about? What is making you angry in the system?
I believe the first thing is to do with the National Cathedral. Because I have always believed that even the state of Israel, which we are told God led them himself to cross the sea. He broke the sea into two and then put them into it, crossed it to the other end. With all miracles before they went to the land of Canaan, has not got a national cathedral. Those who saw God face to face have not got a national cathedral. And then the state of Ghana, worshiping idols and ancestors, and still doing that until Christianity came, not more than 300 years ago, or let's say at most 300 years ago. Can today imagine to put up a national cathedral for who? And the question is for who? Because the Constitution of Ghana does not say that Ghana is a Christian country. It doesn't say that it is a Muslim country, Hindu, Buddhist, or traditional. And so when you put up a house and you call it a cathedral, ipso facto, you want people to believe that it is a Christian house. Is it going to be for the SDA, for the Roman Catholic, or Pentecost? And for that matter, if it's going to be for the state, who told you that the state is a Christian state? Or, given that it is for the state, how many times are you going to use that national cathedral in a year? When every day we have children. You see, initially when I saw pictures of children writing with their chest on the ground, I thought it was in the north. And when I say in the north, people should forgive me. When I say in the north, what I mean is that it is very far from Accra. Now I realize that it is in the greater Accra region, eastern region, western region, Ashanti region, and all the northern regions. And so, if the Bible says that I'm not interested in physical edifices, but from now on I'm going to deal with you based on what is in your heart, and you read the Bible and you don't understand this, and you want to put up a physical edifice so that one day they will say you put up that building, then I believe that you are doing a great disservice, first and foremost to God, second to the Constitution, and thirdly to our children. Maybe you can continue. And it will continue to be an anger, because the moment you complete it, it will be a white elephant. Because we are 31 million people. If you are doing any program in Accra and you want Ghanaians to enter and 1 million people decide to go there, where will they be housed? So it doesn't make sense, and the population is always growing. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. Maybe the most sensible thing is that we dispose of it, give it to ICGC, whatever, they buy it and use it for their programs, but not for the state. No. And I believe even those who are doing it know that is not going to do anything for the state except for cosmetic purpose. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Oscar.
That's pretty deep. That perspective is very, very deep. I think for me the most important thing is that, this was a promise by the president. He made a promise to God. That's on his heart, that is on his vision. What I don't agree with is state money being used for that purpose. I mean, you have all these churches, mega churches around. I mean, they're very wealthy churches, and if they've come together as a coalition of churches to build a cathedral, well, that's fine, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, that's fine, but not with public funds, And I think last weekend, I was at a funeral at the school. What's it called? Near the cathedral.
Yes, the school, Accra.
No.
No. In the Ridge area.
Ridge
Church. Yeah.
And the number of cars and the amount of traffic, I can't imagine the kind of traffic that is going to build up in that area every time that it's used. I can feel his anger and his sentiments towards it, but this is something that could have been put outside Accra.
Winneba, Aburi.
Thank you.
So
you
want this? That's
used
the
as a tourist. Used more.
The artist impression right there it was just on the screen. It escaped you.
Yeah,
it should have been. Let's say, even if it's your own money, and let us make Ghanaians know it's still public education. Burkina Faso, sorry, Ivory Coast has got the biggest church in the world, more or less.
The Basilica?
The Yamoussoukro Basilica.
Yeah.
And the president who built it, Félix Houphouët-Boigny, told the whole world, nobody argued that the money I have used to build this edifice is my personal money. And then added the confession that my personal money even includes monies I have pilfered from the state. Stolen, yes, very honest. And he said that my ministers sitting here and the directors of the various corporations cannot tell me they haven't done the same thing. They have done that. But the difference between me and them is that I'm using mine to put up an edifice for the Lord, which is also going to serve as a big tourism attraction and income
in his hometown.
In hometown, Yamoussoukro. When you compare that one to that of Ghana, and that is the relevance of history. Something is done, and then it becomes a precedent for others to follow. You tell God that when He helps you to win the election, this is what I'm going to do for you. Somebody made that promise in the Bible, and he didn't say that when I win the war, I will use Kojo Mensah's daughter and sacrifice her to the Lord. My daughter, I'm sure that person was called Jephthah. So when Akufo-Addo reads the Bible and knows the relevance and essence of God, then he should use his own money and not state money.
You're really passionate about this.
It's sad. It's unfortunate. And then secondly, where it is, do you know that Court of Appeal judges' residences were there? And they had to demolish all. So in the first place, the inconvenience it will cause to them, loss of revenue to the state, and then coming to put the same thing there. I was a young man, I think at the university, when National Theatre was built under Rawlings regime, PNDC. Even then, I told myself that why should this thing be in the center of Accra? It should have been at Winneba, Aburi, anywhere. So that in the morning, it's like you are pushing away people from the center of Accra to drive to that place. And at that time, I had the conscience that if Kwame Nkrumah built ministries here, anytime we are expanding it, there should be areas like London, we have zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, so that when we wake up in the morning and we are going to work, it's not everybody who comes to the center. Now, ministries, we come there. The Supreme Court is there, the new court is there, and then you have put up a national cathedral to here. So it becomes a bit mindless and pointless.
A lot of traffic issues, and that takes us nicely into another traffic zone that has been annoying people to no end for the past week. Now, this has to do with what is happening on Kwame Nkrumah's Tema motorway. We're going to take a quick report.
You don't know why I'm laughing.
Why are you laughing?
Somebody asked me this morning, am I missing KKD? And I'm saying right now, no.
You're not missing KKD. He's watching. He's watching. Let's go to the Tema motorway because traffic, it's a capital T as far as Tema is concerned. T for Tema, T for traffic. And Jay, good morning. What's going on the Tema motorway? Well, we hear the sounds of traffic, and very soon the visuals will come.
Thank you so much, Kafi. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Tema motorway. We're here. Like we were here last week to speak about the reinforcement work that was going on, the emergency works that the Ghana Highway Authority had to undertake at the bridge behind me. Right now, the situation is such that it's causing a lot of traffic for commuters who regularly use this road. And if you benefit of the eye in the sky, you'll notice that the traffic is going all the way towards the Shamanda Bridge. That's for those who are coming from Tema, who are going towards Accra. And I would just like to make my way towards where the work is being done right now. And I spoke with the site today. His name is Nana Bonsa. He told us today is the 10th day of work. They started with the reinforcements at the base of the bridge, like I told you last week. And then they are now putting reinforcement bars on the road. He assured us that the work is 50% complete, and then it's 50% complete, and they are most likely to cast the concrete today. Once they do that, then they will allow it to settle for 48 to 72 hours. Then commuters can feel free to use this side again. We've been complaining about the state of the motorway for a while, including potholes and whatnot. And now that they are fixing it, it's creating a lot of inconvenience. I'd just like to tell the general public to bear with the Ghana Highways Authorities and the Urban Roads Department as they are fixing the road. We want it fixed in the long run, so let them do their job. And you see them, these are the reinforcement bars I'm speaking about. Yes, that's what they are currently working on at the moment. So once this is done, then they'll lay the concrete so commuters can use this side. This bridge is over the Lapa River that goes all the way towards the sea in Sakmono. And this bridge, last week when we arrived, the base was reinforced. So standing here, we're not that scared that we'll fall in or anything, because for a while, commuters who use this side, when they arrive here, the way the bridge shakes and the road is, and it's supposed to be concrete, it's not supposed to feel like that. So when it happens that it creates quite a scary situation. So you see them here working, and unfortunately they've created, it's creating a whole lot of traffic. So what has happened is, with the help of the police, they've created some diversions, and that's where, for those who are coming from Tema, for instance, they pass the first one and join the oncoming lane. It's not a single lane on both on that side. So for those who are going to Tema and those who are coming from Accra, they are forced. It's not a single lane for both sides, so they have to use that side and get to the other diversion. Then they make their way to Accra. So what happens is, because of the whole traffic coming from Tema, once they pass this diversion, then they are free to move to the other side. So the traffic is just for those just before the first diversion. Once you are able to pass through that side, the inconvenience and all that, and you make your way to the second diversion, then you are making your way to Akwa freely. So if you look on your Google Maps, you observe that for that side, there's no traffic for commuters who are heading perhaps towards the Accra Mall, heading towards Medina. There's a lot of noise over here. I can barely hear myself speak. So basically, there's a lot of work going on here, trying to make the road safe. I would just like to inform you that now that we are done with the site, we'll make our way over to the main traffic and try and speak to some commuters, and then we'll give you their views of how it feels like to be in traffic such as this.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise and activity and movement and vehicles and angry drivers and frustrated passengers in that long line of vehicles heading towards Tema and going towards Accra. It's reinforcement works happening on the motorway, and it's causing a lot of stress and angst. And Oscar, have you used the motorway, or you studiously avoid it?
Avoid it, but you know, I mean, I'm exceedingly happy the works are going on. If any of our commentary has put pressure, and I remember we interviewed the PRO.
Yes.
If that has expedited, then kudos to them. But it's called suffer to gain, and I think motorists will have to bear with it. I don't think there are any alternative routes from the, you know, this side of the motorway to Accra. I mean, if you want to use the beach road, that's fine. But there are no alternative routes. So I think motorists will just have to bear with the process. And I can't imagine what is going to happen when they're going to do the entire stretch, you know. And so I think that the Ministry of Roads and Highways has to really think about how they're going to alleviate this kind of traffic.
So this is almost like a pilot. This is a taste of
and
what
this is just one patch.
Yes.
This is just one patch, and obviously it's not overnight work. And in Europe and other places, they work during the night.
Exactly.
You know, to avoid you know, to avoid all of this. But let's see how it goes. It's good to see that some action is being taken. We need to continue, you know, with the pressure for the right things to be done. And I think we're making a headway.
Mr. Nochi Frimpong, would you have liked things to be done in the night?
Yes, because that was what I was going to say. In Europe and elsewhere, you know, they planned as such that things will start only from 6 p.m. And then by 6 a.m., the place looks as if nothing had been done. And then two, if we are doing ours this way, I believe that Ghana Highway authorities and all the stakeholders should calculate it such that if under normal circumstances you are doing a turn like that, it will take you 10 men to do. This one it should be 30. If you take 3 excavators there, this one it should be 7 to ensure that you are able to save time and then finish very quickly in order not to disturb us. The other point is that eventually it is going to help all of us. And so you wake up earlier than you normally do, to avoid such a problem.
Yes. Yeah. One of my colleagues wakes up, I think, 2 o'clock.
Yes, and it's going to be for a short time.
And maybe you should advise Jay that when he goes onto a construction site, he should wear the hats. That's why they're wearing the hard hats. You know.
Yes,
and when you put yourself in danger, you see your colleagues stand in the middle of the road and all. You should think about your safety.
We're going to get a branded GTV breakfast hard hat for Jay. The next time he goes on a site like that, he'll wear it.
But you see, when you get there, they are supposed to provide you. Please, when you get there, they are supposed to provide you. It's an obligation that they do that.
That's
yes,
a good
but
point.
you don't go there with
your
a
own.
hard, yes.
Indeed. And you see, the sad thing is that the detour, which should have been the beach road also, there's some construction going on there.
Which is land Saja, one goes after the other.
So what you pass your hay, you know, and then you're like in a pincer kind of, you can't go.
But when you get to the beach road, you get to 2 more hays, Nungwa and Spintex.
Hey. It's a hay morning. Yeah. I pity you, all of you who live in those areas. Yeah. Used to live in Tema back then. Right now, I'm just sitting at the other side of Accra and I'm saying, I see you guys. I can only sympathize and empathize. But hey, you're not in it, I'm in it. The fuel that people are spending, an Uber trip that could have cost maybe 30, 40 cedis ended up costing 480 Ghana cedis because of the time in the traffic.
Productivity, man hours that are lost, and all of that. It's incredible. But
indeed. Okay. All right. So your comments, I'd love to have them. What are your comments on the National Cathedral? Mr. Yao Nochi Frimpong is livid, and he gave us Bible quotations, Old Testament, New Testament, historical, Israeli, all that stuff. I understand the foundation stone has landed from Israel.
Well, wherever it's coming from.
No, it has landed. Yeah. But what do you think about it? There was an idea of a coalition of churches. If they had come together to form this coalition to build the cathedral, that would have probably been more acceptable. But as it stands right now, it's state funds that are being used for it. July 4th will be the beginning of National Cathedral Week for a week, and they're going to be putting together resources to fund this toll. And it's the finance minister says there will be an eternal rate of return on it, ERR. What do you think?
Cliff?
Yes.
He mentioned white elephant.
Yes.
I hope there's bipartisan, agreement on this cathedral, so that when the next government, whenever it comes,
they don't abandon it.
Will not abandon it, and his fears will come, to fruition.
Especially if the next president becomes a Muslim.
What do you envisage happening?
But what will he do?
What's tickling you like that so much, Mr. Before?
No, don't worry.
No, I'm interested in what is going on in your mind.
No,
assuming we have a next president who is a Muslim.
Who is a Muslim or a traditionalist,
okay.
or then you just make a scorn of it. But we can go on anyway.
But it would be nice to have a national shrine, don't you think?
Why not? I mean, we are going a national. You're not Kweku. Otherwise, I said Kweku's Freeponti yourself.
I am here. A moderate one.
A moderate yourself. You're watching GTV Breakfast. I guess are just making me just happy. What I'm not too happy about is a clash between Mawako and the Food and Drugs Authority. So now this is over an independent probe into alleged food poisoning. It's in today's Daily Analyst. They say without fear of failure, that's their tagline. After paying a fine of 750,000 Ghana cedis, the PRO for Mawako restaurant Mohammed Amin Lamte is calling for an independent probe into the allegations of food poisoning at the East Legon branch. According to him, such a probe will give a fair hearing to the company. So Ghana's FDA shut down the East Legon, Abelinkpe and Teshi branches of Mawako restaurant over allegations of food poisoning. So scores of people went on Twitter to complain about the quality of the food. Some victims received treatment at Accra Ridge Hospital in Kolebu. And so FDA said, based on their findings, Mawako failed to observe practices leading to widespread food poisoning. They took the samples and everything. But Mr. Mohamed Lamte says the company has suffered a fine of 750,000 cedis. Nothing like this has ever happened in the 19 years they have operated, he claims. And he wants an independent investigation on what they have done. And he said when it comes to the restaurant business, anyone that starts the business knows that there are certain items or ingredients that when you use them in a day, you cannot use them the next day. So he was speaking to Atinka News. So he's probably calling for an independent probe. He's not happy with the fine that they have paid. But public safety issues are paramount. I mean, as a lawyer, are they entitled to that independent probe?
Yes, I think so. It's like in the courtroom. Let's say you lose a case and your house is to be sold. Definitely the victor, the winner, would want to price it so low in order to have it disposed of as early as possible. When it happens, we do have a right also to inform the court to bring in an independent valuer to assess the earlier one. But in this issue, what I would wish we do is that whatever Ghana Standards Authority did there is good, but it should be extended to
FDA.
Food and Drugs Authority, sorry. It's good, but it should be extended to every shop, especially the supermarkets. Somebody came to my chambers with some products he had purchased from, I wouldn't want to mention it. That shop is on the Osu lane.
Okay.
And
you've mentioned the location though?
Yes, there are so many shops there.
Okay, sir.
Now, it's discovered that that milk and other things he bought had passed the permissible consumable date.
Okay, expiry date had gone.
Yes, it had
long
gone.
Okay.
And later on, we discovered that many of these shops have a system in place whereby in Europe and America, you know, when it is stated that the expiry date is December 2022, starting from June, they start throwing away the goods. And these people will go and bring them to our country. So there should be a law in place whereby the expiry date should be such that it will not be about, let's say, less than 6 months to the expiry days when you are selling it. No, it should be such that consumers have about 12 months in order to hit the expiry date. Because otherwise, always it will be like this place becoming a dumping ground for shops outside the country.
Okay.
That was what I was saying, yes.
All right. Okay. Oscar?
Yeah, I mean, this goes to the wider question of regulating food safety in this country. And I mean, we all live here and we eat at our chop bars and then the roadside cooking, the vendors and all of that. And really, how safe are some of those? Exactly. You know, so
you want to see more action by FDA?
Exactly, and I understand. You know, Tourism Act. You know, there's been. You know, the regulations cover about 4 different acts. You've got the Public Health Act, you've got the Food and Drugs Act, you've got the Tourism Act, and you've got the Local Government Act. You know, so all these players are in there. You know, but, you know, what do we see? So I'm sure if you took your cameras to some of these chop bars and restaurants, we'd be horrified.
Yeah.
I remember there was a case in the UK where they took undercover cameras into a Chinese restaurant, and it was horror.
What did they see?
Rats and all kinds of things. Yeah.
And they were not ingredients for the food?
Some of them were. No, let me ask you a question. Have you gone to a Chinese restaurant and they have served you chicken thigh before? Have you seen chicken thigh, food thigh? Like when you go to, you know, you want to. You don't see, everything is diced.
So anything could be there.
Anything could be there. And I'm not putting down the Chinese, but it's a general problem. Even when you go to China, you are told, be careful of, you know, where you go.
Okay.
And some of the documentaries we've seen, in our chop bars, they put their food on the floor, there are cockroaches, they are grinding the corn with the cockroaches, and you are now shaking your head. Camera 3 is shaking his head, he's thinking, oh my God, what did I eat yesterday?
Yesterday we had this conversation amongst colleagues of ours on just food safety.
Look at the food that is being cooked by
the roadside
gutters. And, you know, look, I get very angry when outsiders talk about us. You know, we shouldn't give them that. We should deal with that issues. You know, and whoever is out there is responsible to allow all these people cooking in all unhygienic and sanitary. My God,
we've got to really.
We've got to really. You know, we're talking about fixing the roads, but I think this is one of the. This fix the food issue is probably one of the most crucial ever that we need to do in this country.
Yeah, I heard some horror stories yesterday. We were having breakfast together here, and then there were horror stories about food issues. My mom actually always told me, listen, when you're buying something from these plantain sellers or wherever in town, the moment you see one with a baby by her, do not buy any stuff.
Aquinas Secondary School. You remember the watching? You remember the watching that was sold by the wall?
By the wall. Oh, yeah. So be careful. Food safety issues. It's not just the big.
Long time ago, though.
Long time ago. Not just the big restaurants. Not just the big restaurants, but even the roadside vendors. I mean, people have a lot of work to do. I remember when the Malako story broke. It was all over Twitter, and then we placed call to FDA. They said, well, they've not heard anything. They said, listen, go to Facebook, go to Twitter. People are complaining, you know. And then they took action and shut down the branches. And I understand from the PRO, a fine of $750,000 has been paid. Well, let's hope that they go back and do spot checks. I think mystery checks are even important. You just step in there and find out what's happening. You pose as a customer and just check out the service. Don't you think so, Mr. Frimpong? That would be good ways of getting things done.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but don't forget, even when you put your food in your fridge, if the temperature is not right,
you're gonna have problems.
Bacteria and fungi and all kinds of things can develop on them. So this is a very serious issue that should be tackled.
Let me ask both of you a question. Do you both have your Ghana cards now?
Yes.
I haven't had it.
You don't want a Ghana card?
I need it, but I haven't got it. Which I believe is wrong. You know, it is something the state is doing. It's not like hospital. If I'm not sick, I won't go to hospital. But once I'm sick, it is in my own interest to rush to wherever a medical facility is. This is what the state wants to do for us. So I believe that it should be spread everywhere. Like, for example, permanently, GBC at your gate. There is one here, Nima police station, everywhere. Once they are not split everywhere, and it is difficult to assess the system, then it should take us about 2 years in order to reach all the people of Ghana. Don't just make it just about 6 months and say that you are stopping. It should be ongoing. It should be ongoing.
Oscar, do you have your Ghana card yet?
Yes, I do.
You do.
And when you correlate it to the re-registration of the SIM cards, and you ask yourself, how many people have got the Ghana card? Yes. Why would you put a deadline on this SIM registration stuff with a Ghana card?
When the state is in a hurry.
To what effect? To what effect?
For progress.
You have to do things that are practical, and I think this is not a very pragmatic methodology for rolling this out.
Remember, there was a controversy about whether the Ghana card could be used as an e-passport. It raged for a while, a couple of months back. Today's papers, Daily Analyst, Publisher, they tackle the same story. Ghana card cannot be used as e-passport. Daily Analyst, Ghana card not e-passport. Publisher, and the Foreign Ministry sets the record rate. What is she saying? Honorable Shirley Ayoko Botwe has officially clarified to Parliament that the Ghana card is essentially an identification document with biometric features, but not an electronic passport or a traveling document. Mr. Speaker, I wish to reiterate the fact that even though the Ghana card bears the technical feature of an e-passport and has the potential to be used as an e-passport, there is still a long way to go for it to be recognized as such. And then she goes into all the details about what will have to be done for a country to accept our national identification. There must be some bilateral agreements, and they've already started for talking about negotiations for our national identification to be recognized as such. So this should put a stop to any body sitting somewhere and saying, listen, with your Ghana card, it's basically a passport, you can travel with it.
No. But Ghana card, well, if I'm comparing a passport as I know with the e-passport as we are talking about, where will you put the visa and all other things? That goes with the
e-visa.
E-visa. Please, I believe you are just...
No, everything is e these days.
No, it's e these days. But even the Americans, Russians, and British are still using the passport they are using.
The argument is, do we always have to follow them?
We don't have to. And the sad thing is that we are following them in the negative sense. For example, national cathedrals, they haven't put up. We are putting up. You understand? And the right thing they are doing, ensuring that their school children will have very good, decent places to sit. Their restaurants are equipped such that nobody will put bad food, poison food in front of you. We are not learning those things. When you are constructing roads all over the world, everything is done in the night. We are not following those things. And then the unnecessary ones, the things that will give money, put money to certain people's pocket and hardship to the vast majority of Ghanaians, is always what we are doing.
So you want us to copy the right things?
To copy the right thing, I believe so.
Okay. Oscar, brief comment.
I think under Section 19 of the National Identification Act, 707, it clearly defines what, the Ghana card is basically an identity card with a personal identification number. It doesn't talk about e-passport.
So you can't travel with it.
You can't.
Unless you're within Ghana and you're using it as I need to go to Kumasi or Tamale or Wa.
When the news came out, or it was, public discourse, that was the time when we should have been given this clarification.
Why didn't the foreign minister speak at that time?
Well, sometimes some things are thrown out into the public space for you to gauge reactions before you embark on stuff like that. But I think it's a bit too late in the day. It's welcomed, yes, but it's absolutely clarified. Don't attempt to travel with your Ghana card.
You won't go anywhere.
You won't go anywhere.
Mr. Frapong, this one has really shocked me yesterday. So you have... Police has promoted, and this is on their police's Facebook page and Twitter as well, Ghana Police. The police have promoted 2 officers for arresting one of their own who was in possession of substances suspected to be Indian hemp. So the police admin has promoted 2 officers, Inspector Azuma Komala Justice, and they've given his number, General Corporal Lance Corporal Felix Diama for their role in effecting the arrest of General Sergeant Luchu Agbeko, a police officer stationed at the formed police unit in Accra. The suspect, Sergeant Agbeko, failed to stop at the Havre police barrier when he was signaled by the officers on duty to do so. He was therefore given a chase, police chasing police. And on reaching a section of the road on the Peve mountain, he was involved in an accident and had a fracture of his left hand. I've seen those pictures. Viewer discretion is very much advised if they should come up on your screen right now. He was arrested and sent to the hospital for treatment. He has since been transferred to the hospital for further medical attention where he is under guard. The police retrieved 84 parcels of compressed dried leaves suspected to be Indian. Why they call it Indian hemp? Indian hemp from his car. The exhibits have been retained and investigation continues. The suspect will be put before the court as soon as he's discharged from the hospital. So from hospital to court. And this is swift from the police. I mean, their own person.
Yeah, but I believe that they didn't need to be promoted. For what? The person who was arrested is also a Ghanaian, a human being like all of us. Forget about the fact that he might be a policeman or whatever. No. So if you have arrested him, you have only done your work. Your duty. You haven't done more than your duty.
Is it not that the tendency would have been for the police to have, this is our own, so we're gonna cover up, and so
that would have been the relation of duty. And so if you have done your duty, why do you have to be promoted? Rather, if it was something beyond your duty, for example, a child drowning, and you are not fire service or NADMO, and the policeman, you're able to take off your uniform, you go and rescue that child. Fine. Then you say these people deserve commendation beyond, because they've done what is beyond.
Above and beyond.
That's all expected of them.
So this is an unnecessary promotion.
It's very, very unnecessary. Very, very unnecessary.
You are on a warp up today, pal.
Oh, no, not on the warp. I believe when you do your duty, as you are sitting here, what you are doing is to interview
us
and to ensure
Don't promote
that
me because I'm interviewing people.
So why should somebody promote you?
Just because I'm asking questions.
Yes, no, nobody should do
Yeah. But if somebody's joining, I'm going to say
very good. If, for example, somebody faints and you are able to resuscitate the person, then it's he's done very well. So let us look for some award for him. That's my
promotion as far as you're concerned. Completely unnecessary promotion.
Yes, man.
If you were the IGP, you would not have sanctioned this.
No, I would not. And I believe it's still not late for the IGP to think into it.
And reverse the promotion?
Yes, it should be. And then, you see, some award offers. No. You see, you can create something at the end of the year when the police are having their wasa or whatever they call it. You have a certificate for that group that was able to do this. They did it to their own. And that one, I believe, is fair. But to say that if you are a sergeant today, and tomorrow, this evening, you are promoted, all because you effected an arrest
of another officer.
What is another officer? That person too is an ordinary human being who is supposed to obey the law and did not do that.
Are you afraid that police will start looking for other police officers to arrest to get promoted?
It can also happen.
Oscar, the report says no, these promotions are necessary. He's only doing his work.
I like this man.
Father's party. Don't mention the party.
I won't mention the party. What do you think?
No, I mean, absolutely right. But I want to probe further into what would be the psychology behind, promoting them for this act. And the only thing I can fathom is that there is a policy to build up the morale of the police. It probably means that there's so much, the morale is so depressed that setting an example, and let's face it.
So what, a plaque will not be enough in these hard times? Because a promotion comes with extra money, is that not so?
Look,
but you want them to get a plaque.
Prestige, and
but let's face it.
Ahead of your colleagues.
Oh, your colleagues.
Let's face it.
Okay.
It is exceedingly difficult, even when you belong to a tribe. Yes, and when I say tribe can be, anything, even Old School Boys Network and all of that church.
Yes. Okay.
They protect their own. Political parties protect their own. So when somebody goes against the grain, because this one they could have just said,
hush.
Item, Charlie, this one, let's kill it. They could have done that. But it's sending a signal as far as I'm concerned. And I like that signal. You know, if the issue of promotion is the problem, for me, it only just tells me the level at which one has to go to make sure the right things are done. And this is not the first time we are seeing, you know, the IGP commending his officers for doing the right thing. And so for me, it's a move in the right direction. But I mean, I agree with him. There was nothing extraordinary except for me, I see that twist to it.
Okay. WhatsApp number 055-556-1034. I want to get your comments on what we looked at National Cathedral. We've looked at the Tema motorway issues. We've looked at Mawako and the food poisoning issues. How safe is the food that you buy? We've also looked at the police officers who have been promoted for arresting one of their own. Another police issue, briefly, Lawyer from Pom. Recently, there was a disturbance at the Islamic Senior High School in Abrepo, Kumasi, where the police are alleged to have shot some tear gas canisters into the crowd to disperse. What are the rights of the people who had these, who inhaled this tear gas and got injured? Can they sue the police?
Oh, certainly. You can sue the police. That's through the Attorney General. You can sue the state. You can sue the state. Because whether what they were doing was right or wrong, was the force they were using excessive. And these are children, school children, you know, at most between, let's say, 16 and then 19 years, teenagers. And do you have to use excessive force against them? It is becoming difficult to control them. You only call in a lot of men, that is all. And you can also put lots of vehicles around to block their way to ensure that they cannot go to a certain extent. Because at the end of the day, even though we were not there, it was not reported that they were causing damage to private property. You know, they only had what do you call it? A clash with the police.
Yeah. And that was the IGP. IGP went to visit the scene of the disturbance.
Whatever it was, you treat young people as young people. You treat young people as young people. And
so only adults should be tear gassed? Is that what you're saying?
Certainly, that is what I'm saying. And you should know that they are school children, and they also made their intentions very clear, very pathetic. That the state has not responded to their plea.
The accidents happening in there.
Very good. So why do you have to, if you haven't done your part, why do you have to do this on these young people? Look at them, so pathetic.
Isn't this subjective?
So are we is it a matter of these days we seem to be bashing the Ghana police?
We've had incidents where school children have torched their own school, burnt their own school, you know, and things like that. Acts of vandalism at the highest level, you know. So there's a thin line in which I think the police have to assess the situation. But clearly, I mean, the use of force must not be excessive.
Okay.
But in this particular case, I think there's an underlying sensitivity to it because of, and I'm sorry to say this, the issues regarding this country when we've now just spoken about terrorism and things like that. And you can imagine, this is an Islamic school. This is a school where, and I'm not saying it can't happen in a Christian school or anywhere, where and we know that recruitment of, you know, can happen in these spaces. And so, you know, if there's unrest like this and it moves and it spreads and it, you know, it could cause a national security issue. I'm just saying, that's my small thinking about it. And so we should be very careful when we are dealing with such things, especially what's happened in Nigeria, where a fellow student, you know, they stoned a female, you know, student to death over an argument over religion, and then set her alight and burnt her, you know, and these are students. So when we say that, you know, it's only for adults, I beg to differ. You know, I totally beg to differ.
Students can be radicalized.
They can be exceedingly. Yeah. So, you know, we hope that this does not continue. But the IGP's response, you know, was excellent. Very commendable.
Lloyd Frimpong will be dashing off soon, but I want your quick comment on something. So there's a new bank in the system. It's called the Development Bank of Ghana. It was launched by the president yesterday. It's $800 million Development Bank of Ghana as part of efforts to transform the economy. That's how the Ghanaian Times reports it. The BNFT, Business Financial Times, says government won't interfere in Development Bank of Ghana operations. That's an assurance from the president. I said 800 million. Well, Finder says 750 million. DBG takes off with $750 million. Can we not just even get the numbers right? I mean, if it's an $800 million bank, it should be 800 million. I'm getting 750 and 800. Which one do I believe? Well, all we do know that it's hundreds of millions have been involved in this particular bank. What are your thoughts on this bank? This bank?
Oh, very simple and short. You see, if government is to set up new banks after consciously closing down certain banks, I believe that what government is doing is completely wrong. Because if there was anything wrong with the system, it was to do with checks and balances.
Were you happy with the shutdown of all the Ghanaian banks?
I wasn't happy. At the same time, I wasn't sad because I felt that it was maybe a policy. But if you did not end there, and then if you continue closing down banks, then people will keep maybe praising you for the reasons you are doing that. But if you are to close down banks today, and tomorrow you are setting up a new bank, then you becoming a bit prejudicial, very discriminatory. And I believe that one is wrong. What reasons made you to close down certain banks?
So the banking cleanup, banking sector cleanup.
Banking sector cleanup. Cleanup is to do with human beings and their books. And those who have done anything wrong to be punished according to law, not to close down the bank. Excessively harsh. If you close down the bank and your aim is that maybe we have too many banks in the country, you didn't say that, but assuming you have too many banks in the country, why do you now come to open more banks? Are you saying that the people are now, those going to work there are going to be clean, very exceptional people coming from wherever they are coming from, so that nothing wrong will be done? And also giving the assurance that you are not going to interfere. So if they are doing wrong things, are you not going to go in? So they are going to be given preferential treatment as against the other banks that were closed down. I believe there's something wrong.
It's going to be contributing to SMEs. It's going to support all banks in the economy in gaining access to long-term funds, including
the other banks were doing the same thing. These are the normal objectives of all banks. Normally,
this bank will have as its customers other banks and not we, the people on the ground.
Other banks. I have been a lawyer for one or two banks before. Certain banks are agent banks for others, some are customer banks for others. You know, the very resourceful banks like ABSA, Ghana Commercial Bank, what do you call it, the big ones, the smaller banks go there, borrow money and lend it at higher rates to their customers, and then eventually they go and pay back. There's nothing wrong about that. So what is specified there, it's not different from what is within the banking regulations. Functions of banks is the same thing. It's not anything different.
Okay, so the president spoke at the launch of this particular bank yesterday. Was in our news. Let's take a brief excerpt of that, and then I'll get your comments, and then I'll release you, sir. Yes.
Government expects the Development Bank Ghana to use its strong financial position to support the growth of private sector companies, to help create high-quality jobs, and enable the private sector to compete more favorably within the framework of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The launch of the Development Bank Ghana, I am confident that we're taking further important steps towards building a stronger, more prosperous, entrepreneurial and dynamic economy, especially at this sensitive moment of crisis in the global economy.
Aside providing financial support for the private sector, Development Bank Ghana will also support all financial institutions, including commercial banks in the country, with the needed loans for their operations.
All right then, Lawyer Frimpong, thank you so much. The comments are, no, the comments are, you want to hear them, eh? You are going. All right, Lawyer Frimpong had to just exit quickly, but Oscar is still here, and we'll be reading your comments as well on GTV Breakfast. My name is Kafi Day. Your your take on the bank before I get the comments? It's another bank, DBG.
Well, I suppose it's good news for the SMEs and other smaller organizations. I mean, of course, we're talking about entrepreneurship. We have the challenge of providing companies have a problem with getting money for their businesses. Hope the interest rates will be far better than or more favorable to them. I guess it's in the right direction. As to lawyers' comments on the closure of the other banks, in one case he's right. I remember in the U.S. At the time Barack Obama came into office, there was a banking crisis. He came to meet, a banking crisis, and they had to, retool all the banks, some of these major banks, and stop them from crashing. And they pumped millions of dollars in there. But there was still public outcry. The reason being is that you would have expected the CEOs of those banks at that financial crunch to have come down on their salaries and all the perks that they got, but they took public funds and they increased their salaries, which obviously had public outcry. Indeed. So it's a balance of things.
All right, before I read the messages, just check them out online, dbg.com.gh. Their mission is to, and I'm quoting from their website, facilitate and strengthen long-term credit flow to Ghanaian businesses to drive long-term economic growth and transformation. Number 2, empower banks and entrepreneurs through financial innovation and other advisory services to strengthen the ecosystem in which businesses operate. And number 3, promote excellence within the businesses we support in terms of environmental, social, and issues. And in case you're wondering, who are the people in charge there? Well, I can tell you that their executive management consists of a couple of people that you want to know. This is their board of directors. Board of directors. So you have Dr. Yao Ansu, who is the non-executive director, board chairman. Kwame Duka is the CEO and director. You've got Nora Bannerman Abbott, who is a non-executive director. Mary Boachi, another non-executive director. Charles Boama, non-executive director. Stephen Lerdersdorf, non-executive director. Yaun Saku, non-executive director, and Rosemary Yeboah, non-executive director. So those are the people who are directing affairs of the bank, the Development Bank Ghana, a new entrant into the banking space. I'm going to make space now for some messages from you. 055-556-1034. A lot of stuff has gone down. I want to see what you are saying. Okay, so Kakra. Morning. I doff my hat for the lawyer on your panel this morning. Deep, insightful, and illuminating contributions, especially on the National Cathedral. I announced proudly that he was my classmate in the Ghana Law School. Well done, lawyer Anochi Frimpong. Good morning, says Kwame. Going back to you. Jesse Josie says, good morning, Kaf. What is the difference between the Bank of Ghana and Development Bank of Ghana? Well, the Bank of Ghana is the central bank. It's the regulator of all the banks. Okay. Bona says, good morning. I agree completely with your panel. The promotion given to the police is absolutely unnecessary. They did not do anything exceptional. The only thing exceptional today are your panel for today. Suleimana East Legon. Thank you so much. Unity just sends us 2 hands like that. We bless you indeed. Wun Zaligu GH. Indeed, Ghana needs a cathedral. The various Christian denominations should come out to decide, and we, the Ghanaians, including myself, as a Muslim, will donate from my 400 cedis monthly salary. We Muslims in Ghana love our Christian family and are ready to do things together, but not the LGBTQ plus cathedral. Those groups should think about heaven and don't grow evil on the earth before they die, says Wunzeligu. Comments are yours. I'm just reading them. Lawyer Anochi Report. Today, I disagree with you on your views on the cathedral and the police promotion. Emmanuel Asiedu, you are allowed to do that. Lawyer Anochi seems to be against everything being done in the country. Why? Please ensure objectiveness. Well, he agreed that the banking cleanup had to be done, and he agreed on some other things as well. So it's not everything he's disagreeing on. But disagreement too is good. You go and find out what's happening in somebody's mind, all right? The National Cathedral is not needed at all for now. Can it employ more than 100 people? What has happened to the one district, one factory projects? Salvation, my John. Okay, I love your name. Grant, good morning. We thank Almighty God for everything. Amen. IGP, good morning, GTV. Lawyer is right, but the point is that over 90% of the Ghana police who covered these issues or the marijuana case by promoting them will spark other officers to do more. Dominic Nwa, SB Ajipong, I it's difficult, if not impossible, to secure a Ghana card, not even the express service. Why are the cards in short supply? What happened to the budget allocated for the program? Is NIA telling us they don't know the population of Ghana? We are simply not serious in this country. Have a blessed day. SAB Ajipon. We'd love to meet you. We've been seeing your messages from Yankee. Now you are here with us. Trisha says, best regards to Oscar. This lawyer is raising my blood pressure. It's a good thing he's gone, right? And it's not good for my health. I'll pass watching Tuesday Breakfast Show to kick in the returns. We beg you, come back. CAF, I disagree with the lawyer. They deserve a promotion because they could have swept it under the carpet. After all, he is one of their own. Good morning, CAF. Good morning. Monica. Yes, there's everything wrong for the state to use state resources to build the National Cathedral, but I don't like the tangent Mr. Nochi is taking. And now you're talking about the ex-president John Mahama sent 250 students from a religious sect to Cuba to study medicine. We need to confirm that. The current vice president has also sent 40 students from the same religious sect to Cuba to study medicine. They were sponsored by the state. No one is complaining about. It's also discriminatory. There's a wrongdoing on the hand of the moment. Let's deal with that, yo. Himil, if they're building National Cathedral for Christians, then what about traditionalists? Will they also have a national shrine? Traditionalists don't believe in these buildings, so well. Ghanaians value foreigners more than themselves, so they always allow anybody at all to enter our country to do whatever they like. We don't like our own thing, but if Chinese or any other foreigner brings inferior things here, we say it's good. And if we don't abstain from this, they'll keep poisoning us. That restaurant must be shut down immediately. No, they've paid a fine, they're back in business. The talking is too much on Cathedral because the government is not going to stop it. Okay, all right. You want us to save our breath. Kwame Edu. Okay, what are you talking about, man? You're still talking about the vice president. We didn't discuss the vice president today. Good morning. The lawyer sitting there has not been fair in some of his submissions, especially in regards to police arresting their own. It's just insensitive to other police officers to fish out the ballots. Their own is great and need to be applauded rather than rubbishing it. Okay, it's good to know you're disagreeing. I like disagreement. We can't all think the same way. Calf, this your lawyer and historian has very weird ideas. I also have weird ideas, so we are kindred spirits, you know. Not everybody can agree with you, you know. GTV breakfast, Kafui. We were awarded for donating your blood yesterday. We love you. I love you back. Mwah. Good morning, Calf. I thank you very much for bringing the Ghana card. I went to register for it. I was told to come for it in August. Look at this Ghana card, people. The deadline is, anyway, maybe if you are in it, then it doesn't matter what the deadline is because you are in it. It's like voting. Once you're in the queue and it's 5 o'clock, you are in the queue. All right, so yeah. While the deadline is end of July, please help the public. We're helping you. We've read your message. Alaji Hamza, Pig Farm. I sometimes wonder why the vice president is doing this to himself. Simply, just come out and apologize. Okay, you believe that he was peddling falsehood to the Ghanaian public. Now that we've been told that the Ghana card cannot be used as an e-passport in traveling. All right, Daniel Otabil. The promotion is necessary. Are you a police officer? We want to know. Okay, got lots of messages. Ghana Enterprises Agency, led by Madam Koshi, in collaboration with FDA, are launching the food safety policy at Alisa Hotel this Thursday. Please join them. Make some more inputs. Okay, that's a nice one. I won't charge you for the ad, but Thursday, there's a food policy. That's public interest we want to know. The ancient cathedrals in Europe were built over several decades. Why the rush to complete our own in just 4 years, especially when we have more pressing issues to address now? Let's pace ourselves and continue the project according to our resources. God no go vex. Hashtag GTV breakfast. Yao, Accra. Okay. Good morning. Doing a good job. But this motorway road is supposed to be done in the evening so that it will not create traffic. Yesterday on my way to 37, I spent almost 4 hours. And that's serious. If you are going for a medical procedure, that is not the time you have to spend in the traffic. Host. Ask, you want to ask about KKD will be here soon. He's traveled. After construction of the cathedral, when open, will it include teaching of the Decalogue, the Apocrypha, and the teachings of Canticles and the Songs of Solomon? Hey, Elijah, you know more Bible than a lot of Christians, man. Canticles, pan. Yeah, okay. Okay, let me do a few more, then I'll go and sit down and we'll do the last story. Lots of messages. National Cathedral, people are talking about it. National Cathedral now, that's a hashtag. CAF, have you thought of being what? What are you telling me now? Some of these messages. Have you thought of being a model? You have the look. Nice jacket. Okay, Trisha. I'll do a catwalk for you when I'm going back. I'll do a cat over me, Sam. I don't know what I'm going to talk. I agree, Lord, report the promotion of these police officers. It just don't make sense. It could have been awarded. Please read my message, CAF. Okay, Monica. Yeah, I read your message about the vice president sending people to Cuba and former president. I've read it, Monica, please. I'd rather take your time and read our messages and want to be educated. You rush on the messages. Alaji, I've taken my time. I sometimes wonder why the vice president is doing this to himself. The Ghana card cannot be used as an e-passport in traveling. Alaji Hamza, salam alaikum. Is this speed okay for you? T. Bensa, happy birthday to myself. Those times I had we will survive. The hashish of past 2025. I'll sing for you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear T. Mensa. Happy birthday to you. Hip hip. Hooray. I'm waiting for my messages. 055. Hey, people are enjoying this jacket too. Should I go back and read some more? No. Let's come back. Oscar. So yeah. So you get the flavor. The cathedral is still a big deal.
Oh, sure.
It's a big deal in Ghana.
Sure. I mean, I think it's going to be a big deal for a while to come. Of course, people look at issues equity. Well, the late President Atta Mills came. His passion was hockey, so he built a hockey stadium. You know, I think it's a national hockey stadium. So you're going to have presidents coming along with their personal, passion projects. But at the end of the day, let them be, done in the right manner. And if indeed they are supposed to be using public funds, let them go through the right processes, and get the right endorsements from Parliament and all of that.
All right.
It's as simple as that.
Awesome. You always hear these things that, oh, Charlie, this is the last story. It's on the BNFT, insights into negotiations, to negotiate or to bargain. The big question for policymakers and business leaders. And we hear these, they don't know how to negotiate, they don't know how to bargain, they go and get these deals, and the deals just don't make sense. And there's a nice piece, it's a big feature by Professor Douglas Boateng. He is an international chartered director and Africa's first ever appointed professor extraordinary for industrialization and supply chain governance. And he's written a big piece there on excellent negotiation skills and whether to bargain or negotiate. Kids are really good at negotiating, but it's like when we grow older, then we lose the whole, we get too desperate, and then we are not able to fight for what we want. And what do you think is going on?
I guess Chipon Bear level. Ground has no level.
Chipon Bear level.
Yes, ground has no level. When you get here, you realize that, when the tangent is, getting steeper, you have to change your body position to accommodate you from not.
How did you learn how to negotiate?
It's a skill one must acquire. I mean, there are different levels of negotiation. If you want tabletop negotiation, you do tabletop negotiation.
Yeah.
But when it gets to the international arena, you really have to study, and learn the processes of, how international business is conducted, negotiation. Are you yourself in a position of power to negotiate? Yeah, and I think that we need to build our capacity. Sometimes we look at the deals that have been signed with, especially with our mineral resources and things like that, and we think, why? So, we own the minerals.
The thing is under our earth. How are we signing these these deals? I read a book which said that
giveaways.
There's no African country which earns more than 10% royalties for the stuff that is coming out of their ground.
That's ridiculous.
It's just crazy.
So we need to build the capacity. How do you do that? There's lots of talk when the president travels and you have an entourage, and it's not only this president, other presidents travel with entourages, including the American president and so forth. What's the purpose? I mean, apart from selling your country and going to negotiate for business, you have to give people the opportunity to learn these processes.
Yeah.
And I hope that, young people, the young up-and-coming business people and those who are within that space will be given the opportunity. But at the same time, somebody will say, well, why are you taking 30 people to travel around the world?
Hopefully some negotiators will be in the team.
But for us now in Africa, in Ghana, it is critical to understand how
to negotiate.
Yeah, it is critical.
Yes, and I'm sure as if you are an entrepreneur, somebody who does not rely on a salary, but you rely on getting the best deal for yourself, you better well know how to do it. I recommend a book that I read. and I think it's about the best book I've read on negotiation. It's called Never Split the Difference, Negotiating as if your life depended on it. And the person who wrote this book is a former CIA hostage negotiator.
Wow.
Somebody who deals with people who have kidnapped, and then you have to now talk to these guys and make sure that you get the person alive. You know, and it's a great book. It's by, the author is called Christopher Voss. Look for it. The free audiobook version is on YouTube. So go to YouTube and look for audiobook Christopher Voss Negotiating. You will see the free audiobook, 7 hours. If you are driving from here to Tamale, you can just listen to that. And by the time you enter Tamale, you'll be you end up in Tamale being a better negotiator than you were when you started in Accra or wherever you started from. Okay, Oscar, I think we are done for today. What's up? What are you looking forward to? Are you back on the set today? How often do you act?
Not today. We took a break because the lead wasn't feeling too well.
Okay.
He's back on, so this weekend we should be on, and there are a couple of other productions as well.
Okay. If you could give me one tip on acting, what would be that one tip you would give me from your rich experience?
You have to be an observer of life. You have to assimilate life. You cannot be an actor without observing your surroundings, your environment, the people. You have to imbibe them. If you're just there for passing through and getting your 5 minutes of fame,
it won't work.
It won't work.
When you observe me, what do you see?
I see somebody who should not only be sitting here, but should be on the catwalk, like they said.
So we can do some catwalk work for you.
Catwalk.
I want to do a walk for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
A walk for this is for Trisha. It's not for you. It's for Trisha.
Oh, okay, for
Trisha. Trisha is the one who said I should be. So I'm going to walk to the camera. Yeah.
Before you do that, look. Friend, I wish her happy birthday. So
whose birthday?
Shirley Ann Merigold of Betita Pharmaceuticals. So
okay, it's her birthday today.
Happy birthday to you,
Shirley Ann.
Shirley
Today's the 15th. Yes. Okay, that's one of my cousins is a police officer. I don't want to mention his rank. I may demote him. So Efo Holali, Edwin Day. I don't know his rank now, which is bad. I have to go know what his rank is, but he's been promoted. Efo Holali. Day. Happy birthday to you, June 15th. My name is Kafui. We have a conversation on the Hajj, everything you need to know, and I suspect that the former classmate of mine is one of the panelists. Yes, we have Dr. Alhaji Abubakar Siddiq Ahmed and Alhaji Seth Ibrahim Ali, and they are our guests. I knew Dr. Alhaji Abubakar when he was just Mr. He's the doctor now. He's going to talk about the Hajj. You stay with us. Salaam alaikum to all of you. Alhamdulillah. We'll be back right after this. Good morning, my neighbor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
Yeah, all the Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate should be vegetables. So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars being an African country.
Can I show what is written on the box?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Just stand and turn.
So what's your pleasure than Votras here at that time of the morning? So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is The Breakfast Show.
whole of Ghana was just down because Lucky Dube was like our brother. And I actually met him when he came to Ghana for one of his concerts. He was such a great man. Terrible way he died, but his legacy lives on. If you have not been paying your taxes, you will be in trouble with the tax man. Okay, that song is a legendary song by the great Lucky Dube. Bring our time to 8:34. This is GTV Breakfast, and the 2022 Hajj is upon us. All you need to know is going to be on this show. So, pilgrimage to the Holy Land of Mecca was suspended for 2 years due to COVID-19. It has resumed, but Ghana's quota has been slashed. The authorities in Saudi have also put in place very strict health control measures for this year's pilgrimage. Who are the ones who are being excluded from the Hajj this year? This morning on GTV Breakfast, we'll bring you all the details that you need to know about this year's Hajj for would-be pilgrims, so that you are fully informed, you don't make any mistakes, and suffer the penalties thereof. My guests from my extreme left are Al-Haji Seth Ibrahim Ayi, Public Relations Officer for the Hajj of Ghana, and Dr. Al-Haji Abubakar Siddiq Ahmed. He's the Director of Communications for the National Hajj Board. Gentlemen, once again, Assalamu alaikum. Fantastic. Good to see you both. I'm happy you are both here.
Thank you.
Fantastic. So I'm going to start with Dr. Ahmed. For those who don't know what the whole Hajj is about, why is it so important to those who profess the Islamic faith?
Thank you very much. And it's been a while.
It's been a while.
Actually meeting you because we sat in the same class.
Yes, years ago. Yes.
Hajj is one of the pillars upon which Islam is built. We have 5 key pillars, but there are 2 pillars that are conditional, and that is zakat and Hajj. Conditional in the sense that if you have the means to perform, then please perform it before you die, at least once in your lifetime.
That's for the Hajj.
That is
what
for
is
the
zakat,
Hajj.
though?
Zakat is alms giving. We have sadaqah and we have zakat. Zakat is a compulsory giving of part of your wealth that you have kept over a period, and then you pay a certain percentage. About 2%.
Is it 10 like the Christian one?
Exactly.
10%?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Good. Okay, so now we know why the importance. So it's conditional.
It's conditional.
Okay, if you have the means, then you can do it.
Exactly.
So it's not mandatory for everybody.
It's not mandatory for everybody.
Okay.
It is not.
Okay.
And I think that education needs to go down. It's not mandatory. It's conditional.
Okay.
And there are 2 conditional aspects of the pillars of Islam. And as I said, zakat and Hajj.
Okay. Do people and what the Hajj was suspended?
Yes, it was.
Yes. The only reason?
Yes, COVID was the only reason, because we all know how it started. It started by nations closing their borders and trying to protect their own and ensuring that it doesn't spread based upon the World Health Organization, report at the time. So it was basically because of the pandemic.
Okay. And let me come to Alhaji Ayi. So you are the PRO for the Hajj Agents Association of Ghana. How did the suspension of COVID of the Hajj for 2 years affect your association?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I think that it's an honor for me to be on this platform because I used to be behind the scene, directing people like you. Yes, but today I'm sitting here before
as a panelist.
Exactly. So grateful. Really affected us so much because.
What's your membership like? How many members do you have in your association?
We have 40 members.
Okay. And what do you do? What do you do? What's
our main work is to market the Hajj for the Hajj board.
Okay.
Hajj board is more of the facilitators of the
logistics and things
exactly
like that.
the flight, the accommodation over there.
Okay. And your job is what?
Your job is to market, to get people that are going for Hajj.
Okay.
Yes. Like your question goes, really affected us. Really, because our work is annually. And if you're not working for 2 years, you have no any other means. It's very serious. But alhamdulillah, like the Muslim will say, you rely on God so much than whatever you do. So God took us through these years to survive. So that is what we have gone through this year.
Okay. Same question. I mean, how did that affect the Hajj board?
Oh, hugely in the sense that since it is a religious act, the Hajj board was constituted to facilitate the movement of Muslim pilgrims to Hajj. For based upon the pandemic to be able to perform meant that Muslims for those particular years couldn't perform it. But of course, God knows why. Secondly, also, it tends to help most of our elderly people who would want at least to perform or to fulfill this cardinal, principle of Hajj before they die. There are a lot of Muslims who might have passed away without meeting this very important, wish of theirs. We say today that, well, whatever their dreams are, may Allah fulfill it for them. But then, of course, there's a provision that is also made that even if you are passed on, your children can do it on your behalf.
Or you can do the Hajj on behalf
on behalf of the dead.
Okay.
Yes, it is allowed.
All right.
It is allowed.
How does that work? You go and then what? You make a prayer that says I'm doing this for so.
People involved, you should be somebody who has performed Hajj before, and then you go with the intention, because intention is key in Islam. You go with the intention to perform the Hajj for the deceased, who happens to be your father, your mother, your uncle, whoever that person is. There are people who are even more or less quote unquote contracted to perform this, and the reward goes to the dead. Yes, in other words, it would help fulfill his cardinal principles of Islam. So that affected us. Hajj, as is organized here, is not a sort of profit-making venture. So it is not a commercial activity that would say, well, because I've not been able to perform, I'm not been able to make so much. Well, that may go on the side of other, agents or organizers of Hajj. But for us, it's a basic service that is being rendered. And failure to perform that particular service, of course, affects us, affects government, affects everyone in the Muslim community. Because we go there to pray, and we pray for the nation, we pray for the leadership, we pray for ourselves, we wish for the best for our country. So it is an opportunity, and that opportunity, unfortunately, the pandemic did not give us.
And that was 2 years of
2 years
of rest.
Right.
So for somebody who wants to perform the Hajj, what does a person have to do? How do they go about it?
Well, that's also a very important question. First, you must have the means to do it. If you do not have the means, you cannot go and borrow money from anywhere and use it to perform Hajj.
It must be your own means.
It must be your own means, and it must be genuine resources. It must not be a stolen money, for instance. It must be pure. It must be clean. And then secondly, you should also be healthy to be able to perform the Hajj, because the performance of Hajj is not an easy task. It's not an easy task at all.
Does it have physical demands?
It demands a lot of physical movement. There is a lot of stress, involved, because you are going to walk, you are going to run. The sun, the heat, where you have heat up to about 40, 45, degrees centigrade, you can imagine. It dehydrates, people. Very, very hot.
Tamale plus 10 degrees.
Oh, we have not reached anywhere. We have not reached anywhere. Saudi is basically a desert. So the drudgery of it is not an easy. So it is even advised that if you want to perform Hajj, please perform Hajj when you are strong. Perform Hajj when you are healthy. And that is why when the pandemic came and then they decided to ban Hajj, we thought it was the right thing, because that is what Islam says. If the condition does not allow you, you don't do. And even the Prophet told us, if there is a pandemic in a country, please don't leave your country and go into that country.
This was stated in the Quran.
It is, the hadith. That's the saying of the Prophet. And we don't joke, we call it the hadith, we don't joke with that. Don't go into that country. And if you are in that country where the pandemic has started, please don't also go out of that country. So it spread. So whatever the Saudi authorities did at the time was according to Islamic principles. We don't have any problems with that at all.
Okay. Alhaji, so when you are marketing the Hajj, so what do you tell the people, the prospective people that you want to get onto the trip?
Right. There are sorry.
The marketer. Let the marketer
speak.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know, sometimes you don't need to tell them anything. People come to you and say, I want to go to Hajj. And you advise them. Give them, like Doc said, you need to tell the person what he or she needs to perform the Hajj. That's one. You need to have the intention. You need to have a genuine money. You need to be physically, you know. So these are things we tell them. And we understand, no, you're not going there to joke. You're not going there to play. You paid money and you need to be serious about that. You need to understand why you are going there. Most of the time we have people who go there for fancy. You understand? And these people, we need to draw their attention that, look, it's not about fancy. You need to go and worship your Lord. There have been so many. It's an opportunity that you're getting. You understand? In Islam, we believe that Hajj is a call. Someone can have his money, but he has never been there before. You understand? So these are certain things we tell people that, look, make sure that you have genuine money. You are going there to worship Allah.
How much does it cost now to go to the pilgrimage, and what is involved in this cost? When you pay this amount of money, what is the breakdown?
Yeah, it's 39,000 Ghana Cedi, which include your in and out ticket, accommodation within Medina. You spend like 3 days there, and food.
Medina in Saudi.
Medina in Saudi,
okay.
And then food,
okay.
And then from airport to your hotel,
okay.
Transportation from Medina to Mecca, and then accommodation in Mecca, and then transportation to a certain town or a certain area called Mina, which we spend 3 days there, and then transportation to Arafah, which is the main hub of the Hajj. If you don't get Arafah, you don't get the Hajj. So these are the costs involved here.
And over a period of this is how many days does this involve from takeoff in Accra in Ghana to and a return back? How many days are you looking at?
We are spending less than 1 month.
Oh, you spend that long?
Yeah.
So the 39,000 covers almost a month.
Yeah, 3,000. Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Alhaj, Dr. Ahmed. So those who paid for the 2020 Hajj and they couldn't go on the Hajj, what happened to their money?
Right. Thank you very much for the question. Before I go there, let me just add one point to what he said earlier. You must also perform Hajj. Ensure that you do not leave your family in hunger.
Poverty.
For the month that you're going to be.
For the month that you are going to be. Provide them fully before you go.
Okay.
Now, to your question.
For those who paid.
For those who paid in 2020.
Yes.
They paid 19,500. And as he tried to explain, there are components. We have our inflows and we have our outflows. Now, in terms of what gives us the total cost per pilgrim, what we factor in, for instance, is the airfare. We also factor the Makkah accommodation. We factor Medina accommodation. We factor feeding at Mashair. When we say Mashair, we're talking about Mina and Arafah. And these Mina and Arafah are actually the highlights of Hajj. And then we call them also the tent cities, because there are tents. And so you pay for the tent. You pay for the air conditioning, you pay for electricity, you pay for water, you pay for everything. And then we also considered the United Agents fee. There are some agencies that work under the Ministry of Hajj and Umrah, and they provide services. You have to pay their charges or fees. And United Agent happens to be one. Of course, I mentioned tent, and then tent security, which is part of it. And then you have the facilities that are there. You also have a deposit that you have to make with the Ministry of Hajj and Umrah, which is very, very, very important, just in case you have some, things that you might have done that might have affected some of the facilities that have been given.
What does Umrah mean?
Umrah is the lesser Hajj.
Okay.
Right. But the Hajj itself is called Hajj. And normally with the lesser Hajj, people go at different times. And then you also have you also have charges that are paid, for various services that are also rendered. And then you have a commission charge that is also paid on 1% of CBN and others. After all this, then you also consider your own charges as what you call it, Hajj Board or the Pilgrims Affairs Office of Ghana. Then you compute it. When you compute it, then you arrive at a particular figure.
Which is the 39,000 that my man talked about.
Exactly.
For this year.
For this year. But the problem for those who paid in 2020 was that, you know, they paid 19,500.
Yes.
And then there was a promise or a commitment that they were not going to pay anything should they leave their monies for the next Hajj because of the suspension of Hajj. Little did we know, frankly speaking, when the promise was made, that the pandemic would drag over years.
Because they paid when, in January? Or?
Yes.
Yeah, from
January. We start in January. This time we are starting in April, so we are even late. You get it? Little do we know that this thing will drag on. And then also the economic situation that it will create in terms of rising, what do you call it, prices.
Is their money lost? Is their 19,500 lost?
Well, it's not lost. So that was kept. So after the computation, we then realized that there's a need for them to top up.
Big time.
7,000 Ghana cedis.
Okay.
So they're only topping up with 7,000 Ghana cedis.
It's not going to be the difference of 39,000 and 19,500?
No. They are topping up. So that would then give them 26,500.
Why are they getting a discount?
Well, they're getting a discount because they left their monies with the Hajj Board in the Hajj Board account.
Okay.
Right. So for those who left their monies, because we gave an option. If you want to leave your money, these are the conditions. If you don't want, please come for refund. So others came for their refund.
So those who came for their money and now and they come back this time, they'll pay
they are paying the 39 straight.
Okay, I get that.
But then, as I said, at the time in 2020, the exchange rate was 4.3%. Was 4.3, sorry.
Yes.
Today, the exchange rate is 8 bars. So you see the big difference.
Yes.
And that is where we do go back to government and appeal to government to help us to cushion, pilgrims on this exchange rate losses.
Okay. What's the involvement of government in the Hajj?
Of course, you are a serious academic. Let me go a little bit with a little bit of history. You see, prior to independence, in other words, during the colonial period, Muslims were riding camels, were riding horses, were walking to Hajj. A lot died on the road. I'm sure you remember the trip of Mansa Musa.
Big time.
Big time,
yeah.
Right. So that was what pertained at the time. Then at independence, states became sovereign states, and governments has to take responsibility of taking care of their citizens. So governments didn't want to leave their citizens to trek the desert, to perform Hajj, because the consequences of that will be huge to the image of the country. So we then realized that post, independence, government started, call it sponsorship of Hajj. It started with welfare, and then came, and then also security. And then also came to some extent in terms of the charges, the fees are paid. Some can, some cannot. That is how governments came involved in. But then for this particular Hajj, Hajj Board, the Hajj Board decided that because of the annual or the perennial problems of all sorts of confusion with Hajj, let's work gradually to such a point where government would actually get its hands out of Hajj.
Okay.
And I think but for the pandemic, we would have reached there this year. It is a pandemic that has actually stalled that particular process.
So what's the level of government involvement now?
So the level of government involvement is the exchange rate, what do you call it, losses.
Because these fees are quoted in what currency?
These fees are quoted in cedis, but of course they are quoted in dollars, but in Saudi they are quoted in riyal. So you see the
multiple exchange.
Exactly.
All right. In case you just joined us, we're looking at Hajj 2022. All you need to know, my guests are the Director of Communications for the National Hajj Board, Dr. Alhaji Abubakar Siddiq Ahmed, and the Public Relations Officer for the Hajj Agents Association of Ghana, Alhaji Seth Ibrahim Ayi. You can send your questions to us on 055-556-10 1034. There's an age limit for the pilgrims, Alaji Ayi. So if you are 65 and above, you cannot go.
Yes, you cannot go.
And what's the minimum age?
The minimum is 65 below.
Yes, so can a 10-year-old go on Hajj?
10 they were not specific, but yes.
You can.
If you can afford it.
Yeah.
If your father can afford it. So people go with their family, they say daddy and mommy and children.
People go with plan and go there and give birth.
Right at
yes.
Mecca.
Oh, I remember the last time we went, we were so surprised the number of beds that we had on our hands.
Wow.
I think we have about 5, right?
And we hadn't actually prepared for it in terms of because we go with a medical team.
Ghanaians were giving birth in Mecca.
Oh yes. Oh yeah.
Oh wow. This is timing.
Timing, yeah. just as people time and go to the US.
Yeah, you time and go to exactly.
Are
there any advantages of being born in Mecca?
No, you see, it's a belief that when you give birth there, the child is a blessed child.
Okay.
The child will become a great child, you know.
Okay.
So women don't joke with certain things.
No.
Exactly.
Well.
Exactly.
Land at Mecca.
And said to me, if you tell her she should not go, she will have problem with you.
No, go it was time.
It's okay. And then fortunately, we have some women who, when they are pregnant, you don't even see it.
Okay.
So those women are mostly who go.
But if you're pregnant, will they allow you to get on the plane?
In fact, that has helped us to really look at some of the regulations. So now, if you are going and you know you are 6 months pregnant, please, you are supposed to tell us. We should know.
Yeah.
So that we can prepare for it.
Okay.
Because people take their children to the holy sites.
Yes. Oh, okay.
To pray.
Of course.
Right.
The numbers have come down. So, first of all, what is our quota for this year?
It's 3,069.
3,069. What was the highest we've had in recent times?
6,500.
Ooh. So in 2020 you would have been 6,500.
Yes.
What has necessitated this serious slash?
It's the pandemic.
Yeah.
It's the pandemic. They try as much as possible to control the crowd. And they don't want too many people. But even though totally they're going to have about 1 million, and then the quota of every country has been drastically reduced. It's not just Ghana, it is global. Right.
Just to add up to what you say, Hajj used to be about 3,000 people every year. But like Doc is saying, this year, because of the pandemic, they want to control this. They want to see how best they can control, in terms of the coronavirus pandemic.
Okay.
So that's why they have slashed the number.
They've slashed the price down.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've gone through the key questions: what those who paid in 2020 but didn't take a refund will be paying, what those who took a refund will be paying as well, what the cost is for this year. Have you gotten your 3,069 people already?
Yes.
Okay, so it's closed now.
It's closed.
So anybody who comes to you saying that he can get you on the plane?
It's closed.
It's closed.
Yes.
Okay. What are the flight arrangements? How are you flying there?
Well, the flight schedule starts on the 20th, but of course of June. But of course they will start, loading on the 19th because the flight will leave Saudi on the 19th. But the departure here is on the 20th.
Okay.
And that is going to be in Tamale. So Tamale would start.
Oh, so you are going to take off from Tamale straight
to Mina. Straight to Medina.
Medina. Is this the first time you are taking off from Tamale?
No. We've been doing Tamale for some time
Since 2012.
Yeah. Since 2012?
No, it's 2016, sorry.
2016?
Yeah.
Okay. I've forgotten it, but for a while.
Is this a chartered flight or it's...
Yes, it's a chartered
flight.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a Saudi chartered flight.
Okay.
Right.
So who takes care of that charter?
Of course, it's arranged with the civil aviation of Saudi, and then the flight owners themselves. And so it's a Saudi, airline, and that is why it is possible. For instance, if we are not able to go within a specific time, at least when the flight space is opened or closed, go in because the flights would land in their country.
Okay.
But if you take a chartered flight from any other country and then you have a problem of delay, then be sure that you can't enter Saudi. Okay. So that is why it is advantageous to go with Saudi chartered.
Okay. And are all the flights coming out of Ghana exiting from Tamale? Or there will be some flights coming out of Accra?
No, so we have 20th in Tamale. 21st, we will have 2 flights in Tamale. And then we have 22nd. So we have 4 flights in Tamale. Then after that, there will be a break. The first flight from Accra will be on the 30th. And then 1st and 2nd. So the last flight will be on the 2nd of July.
After that, if somebody tells you there's a flight on the 3rd of July, they are lying.
They are lying.
Okay.
Because the airspace will be closed. Right.
As simple as that.
As simple as that.
And when do they come back? When are they returning back? Returning to Ghana?
Yeah, that's what I would say, in a month.
In a month.
Right.
Okay.
Right. For instance, if you left on the 20th, let's hope we believe that by 20th of the following month you should be.
Okay.
But there are situations where civil servants who have very limited, leave period are able to arrange. They tell us in advance, and they were able to arrange for them to come home before the flight.
Okay, all right. We want to take some questions. I'm very curious. Would-be programs, and people just want to know what's happening. So Valerie is in charge of the messages on the Hajj. Valerie, take it away, please.
Yes, right. Alaji Hamza from Pig Farm said, Kav, I want to find out from your resource persons what accounted to the increase of the Hajj fare to 39,000 Ghana cedis, and also can they explain to us why the additional 7,000 paid to the previous monies, which was paid to them for the last 2 years and couldn't attend to Mecca because of COVID? I think those words have been answered. And so he says 19,500 in the year and 39,000. Please, can you explain? Then he says this is totally unacceptable. This is too much. The difference is 19,500. I don't believe this. How did they come up with that figure? 39,000 Ghana cedis. They should explain. Haji Hamza, Big Farm.
Okay,
Thank you.
Is that an exchange rate issue?
Let me.
Why 19,500 in 2020, 39,000 in 2022? They want to know why.
Yes, I think that the question is good. I mean, feedback is very important in this work. Firstly, we had a virtual, conference with the Muassasa. And Muassasa happens to be the lead agency that works under the ministry. They informed us virtually that Hajj this year is going to be expensive. What are the reasons? One, they are going to increase their VAT rate from 15%. And we all know what VAT is. It's a consumption tax. And so it will be spread across, whether it is accommodation, it is whatever it would. So that was one. Two, that there are a lot of development activities going on in Saudi. Construction activities. Buildings are pulled down for certain developments. So some hotels are down. So there's going to be limited, accommodation. And that's what, because demand and supply works here, that is why some of the prices would go up. And then thirdly, they also mentioned the general economic situation, not just of Saudi, but globally. So these are 3 key things that they mentioned. And frankly speaking, when we took the various, components that gave us the fees for each, pilgrim, we considered. Aside that, we had the foreign exchange laws that I talked about. So these are reasons. These are calculations. In fact, we had 3 scenarios. 3 scenarios, and we met with the vice president and looked at the 3 scenarios, and we had to justify. After everything, then we settled on the lowest, and the lowest happened to be the 26,500. Where they are going to add a difference of 7,000
to the 19,000
to the 9,500, and then the 39,000. And it is interesting to also indicate that Ghanaians must be very considerate and thank the Almighty God, because as we speak, within the sub-region, we are the lowest. Nigeria is paying close to 47,000 Ghana cedis if you convert what their distance is at 3-point-something million naira. Togo is paying 5,200 and something. In fact, it was just 2 weeks ago that they also added 7,000 CFA. They didn't do that. So is La Côte d'Ivoire. In fact, in some countries, it's even 61,000. But of course, in the US, they have different categories. You can go for premier, you can go for, what do you call it, luxury, and some other components. And they also pay between 7 to 13,000
US dollars.
US dollars. And in some countries, governments do not even support. We have this support. We must be grateful. This is not about politics, for God's sake. This is a religion. This is a religion, and it's based on calculations. We do not have a board here to do the calculations. It's not that somebody sat down and out of his, whims and caprices arrived at this. It went through certain processes, and the processes were actually, we have tripartite consultations, consultation with Hajj agents to agree on the first, and then consultations with government, and then the Hajj board itself. Three different, organizations.
Okay. Abdul from Medina is saying, good morning, Kaf and the BFS team. Good morning to you. I want to ask, what informed the setting the age limit, knowing very well that most people get that opportunity sometimes even at 70 years. Most people who are 65 years are still strong and can perform the Hajj. And that's from Abdul in Medina.
Why 65?
Well, 65 because it's all because of the pandemic. We know how after 65 you fall within the aged. In fact, it was even supposed to be 70, but then they brought it down to 65, and this is coming from the Ministry of Hajj and Umrah. Ghana has nothing to do with it.
Okay, so it's not got to do with us.
No, it has went to somebody's country. And the person is saying, look, if you are 65 and above, don't come.
Right. Hi, Kafui. So the agreement signed by the Hajj board indicating that no top-up payment will be made by pilgrims who have made payments to the board or their agents is rendered useless by the economic conditions. I can foresee lawsuits when all is done. You didn't send us your name.
But top-up can be made if you left your money with the Hajj board in 2020.
Yeah.
The top-up is 7,000.
Yeah.
Why didn't it get to the 39,000? Why there wasn't a difference between that and the top-up takes it up to about 20-something thousand cedis, isn't it?
26,500.
Yes. How come it didn't get to 39?
No, well, I told you they left their money.
Okay, so yeah.
Right. And then again, I think some of our callers should be, be very careful with the sort of words they use in public. Useless. It's not, please. Let's show some decorum as Muslims. It's not useless, for God's sake.
Point taken, sir.
And this is still on the top-up. Al Hassan Kasuli is saying that I think the Hajj board is not fair to the people who paid in 2020 but did not go to Hajj. Is the board telling the public that they did not invest their money, so therefore they must top up before going? The board needs to give them some interest. And that's from Al Hassan Kasuli.
On that one,
you see, nobody is happy about the increment. As an agent, I'm not happy about somebody topping up. You see, but unfortunately, we find ourselves in a situation that there is nothing can be done. Nigeria, people left their money. You understand? There was no top up. You understand? But you see, in everything, I believe that somebody have to sacrifice. You understand? We need to sacrifice and move on. You understand? So I think that, like Doctor said, look, because you have left, unfortunately, because there was a promise. But if you look at the dollar rate, like Doctor is saying,
4.3 to 8.
You can't do
almost double. Okay, anymore.
Jakpata, non-Muslim can go for Hajj, especially a Christian.
No.
Well, that if you apply for visa, the Saudi embassy has its own way of doing things. This has nothing to do with us. We cannot talk to it.
You can travel to Saudi Arabia, but not go to Mecca.
Right.
Not from Awudome saying this has nothing to do with the Hajj. No. Yes, and so
I think we're done.
Yes, I think. Let me check this. Wait. I think we're done. Yes, Gav.
It is not possible for a Christian to go there.
No, it's not.
But they can go as tourists.
Exactly.
Outside
without performing the rituals, because you're not a Muslim. Yeah, simple as that.
Right, Gav. Okay. Yes, that's all from.
That's from Cote d'Ivoire. Somebody's watching from Cote d'Ivoire.
Right.
All right, nice.
Yes.
Okay, great. Any more? Okay.
No,
all right.
Has nothing to do with Hajj.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Is there anything else you want to add to this conversation concerning the Hajj? What should people, would-be pilgrims, now that your marketing job has ended because you've got your quota?
Yeah.
So what happens now? What I mean,
now it's preparation time.
Okay. Do you play a role after you've gotten the quota? What's your role?
Yes,
what do you do?
We help in educating them, add more education to them, organizing some, we call it orientation.
Orientation? Okay.
Exactly, for them.
So how do you orient them? What do you tell them?
We tell them the significance of what the journey they are embarking, and then we tell them how you should comport yourself. And we made them understand you are a Ghanaian and you are traveling to somebody's country. Your behavior in Ghana should be different from somebody's country. All this we impact them. And then health-wise, we let them understand that, look, what you are getting here is different from what you are getting there in terms of food, in terms of, so we impact a lot of knowledge to them.
Okay.
To impact to
and they say, it's after you've gone to the Hajj that you can now be called an Al-Hajj or an El-Hajj, is that it?
It's Al-Hajj. Al-Hajj simply means doctor. It's a title that we all carry, but unfortunately, it's just that sometimes we don't understand it.
Have you been on the Hajj?
Yes, I've been.
You have?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Al-Hajj is like a visitor.
Okay.
So when you go, because they don't know your name, so they call you a visitor.
Okay.
A visitor.
Okay.
So when we come and we carry it on our, but it's a
let me come. Give it to me. Give it
to me. You are a pilgrim.
Yeah.
So when you get to Saudi, they welcome you, pilgrim, pilgrim.
Yeah.
So it has become a status thing
for you, yeah.
And people don't joke with it.
Okay.
I remember when we started radio, and people were calling me as Alhaji. So look, please call me Siddiq. That is my name.
Until you go.
I said, I'll be before Alhaji. Oh, it's just a title.
Okay.
Yeah.
But now, for some, if you don't call them, to the extent that in Nigeria now you have, JPH, Jerusalem Pilgrim.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes.
For the Christians.
For the Christians.
So when you go to,
so you have JP, yes.
JP. Oh, I see. I didn't know that. Yes. Nigeria has taken it to a whole new level.
Right.
So how many times have you been there? To the Hajj?
My first time was in the 80s.
Okay. What surprised you when you went there?
What actually surprised me was the unity of purpose. People coming from all walks of life, all over the world. White, black, brown, call them whatever. We could eat together, drink together, wear the same clothes. In fact, men, in terms of our ihram, you don't wear anything down. All of us always say, Labbaika Allahumma labbaika, labbaika la sharika laka, labbaika innal hamda wa ni'mata laka wal mulk la sharika laka. Everywhere, millions of people.
What does it mean? What did you say?
Labbaika Allahumma labbaika. God, you have called me, we have come. You
Yaba,
get it? Yaba. Right.
So
We have answered to your call. And that is all that we say. That when it's done, is chanted in unison. For God's sake, frankly speaking, it moves you.
Goosebumps.
Great. So I felt it. I felt that I was actually in a religious, mode. And there is nothing like discrimination. There is nothing like, well, he is the president, you are the downtrodden. Everybody is equal before the Lord or before God. And that actually enthused me. Enthused me because of some sort of tribalistic, political jingoism that we have in our countries. I tend to think that if even Muslims can emulate this, so that we can leave aside all the differences that we have as a people, come as one under one constitution. I think it will be a very beautiful thing for us in this world.
Alhaji, what surprised you on your first visit?
I cried.
You cried?
I cried.
Really?
Because I've never imagined. It started when I was just lying down and I was called that come and go to Hajj. Then I was a media person. So when I got to Mecca and got to the Kaaba itself, I cried because it just, you know that thing.
Overwhelming, huh?
Exactly. So, like Doc said, it's one of the spiritual journeys that when you embark as a Muslim, you need to really change,
Can I do some
final comments?
Yeah, final comments. For all those who are going for the Hajj, we're going to have the security agencies
among us
at the airport in Accra will be the Hajj village. In Tamale, it will be at the new multi-purpose terminal. You would be checked. You would be thoroughly checked. And there would also be dogs, sniffer dogs, because you are not supposed to go along with any contraband good. It's not allowed. It's not permissible. Kola nuts are regarded as drugs, actually.
In Saudi?
In Saudi.
Oh, wow.
And so you don't go with that.
So no guru?
No guru. Don't make any attempt to also go with any live bird. It is not allowed. Thank God we have Ports Authority.
Anuma
chickens. Yes. Don't go. You need to go through the ports, Port Health.
Yeah.
They would tell you exactly what you should do. If they think it's not right, you wouldn't. And then also we want pilgrims to be the ambassadors of this country in the performance of Hajj. Anywhere they will find themselves. We don't want to come back with any bad image. And I think that is, critical for us. Let's be the good ambassadors of Ghana in Saudi Arabia. But then we want to also assure them that all preparations have been made in terms of their accommodation, their feeding in Mecca, in Medina, and then the Mashair, as well as even at the airport, whilst they are waiting for their flights to come back home.
Everything is taken care of in that 39,000.
Inshallah.
Okay.
Right. We've started the processing, inputting all our data. There is an electronic tracking system. Now you cannot even pay. Years back, you could pay directly to various, agencies that provide services. Now, the Saudi government has centralized it. Every payment must go through the electronic tracking system, so that you know how much comes in, how much goes out, because of this money laundering and all those issues. And so be very careful. But please take it from us that the economic situation in Saudi is not like yesterday. So when you are going, you should have some money to be able to take care of yourself. Whatever the Hajj board would provide may not be enough for you. And so please have some $500,000.
$500,000?
No, $500.
Okay. Nearly gave me a heart attack.
No. To take care of yourself.
Yes.
In terms of health, we have our medical team, and the Saudis have also provided assistance in that direction, so we will not have much of a problem. Okay. Thank you very much.
Shukran. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
And final words?
Oh, my final word is that all programs should listen to the information we are giving.
Good.
And they should stop listening to other people.
Okay. Is there a contact number people can reach the Hajj board on, or the agents?
Or
a website or WhatsApp number?
What I can give a number, because people call me, is 020-201-8959 or 0264-889988. These two numbers.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. My number is 0244-608177. 0244-608177.
Alhaji Seth Ibrahim Ayi, Public Relations Officer for the Hajj Agents Association of Ghana, and Dr. Alhaji Abubakar Siddiq Ahmed, Director of Communications, National Hajj Board. You are up to date with all you need to know about Hajj 2022. Call those numbers. If you miss those numbers, just go to Facebook and go to Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. The stream is there, and you can watch the whole segment again. You can catch this show again at 11 p.m. tonight, God willing, inshallah. And then you can watch it for yourself and get all the information you need, and share the information, put it on your status, share it on all your platforms so people get to know that this is where the authentic information about Hajj 2020 is happening. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Come on, Ghana. Why are things so damn expensive? I just tried to buy furniture and appliances and they're over twice the price of what they cost me in the US. Who is saying this? You'll find out after this break. We're having a conversation on cost of living in Ghana. You stay. This is GTV Breakfast, your own show. Now, what's this?
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast.
Hi. Yes, welcome back. And so we're going to have a conversation that's generating heat already. How hard is Ghana for you economically? Me, I think if I were to use an emoji, see that emoji that has the tears that's crying blood, I think that would be me when it comes to my status. I don't know what your status is. We're going to be active, but hey, here's a video, a music video to get you into the mood. It's coming up now on your screens.
Chilling with the master, so now so capra with the grand ganjo. Security be with the savings, yeah, you best see a here casket too. No holiday, challenge with the grind every day.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
My neighbor.
Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling healthy.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more. Charlie, what's it looking like for you? What's it looking like for you? How are you faring? What did you buy? What did you buy last 2 weeks? And you bought the same thing last week. What was the price? How's Ghana looking like for you, man? How's Ghana looking like for you? For me, I know the emoji. I've told you guys already. I look like that emoji. That's what it looks like for me. Kaf,
hey.
What's Ghana looking like for you economically?
I always look at the because I drive. my numbers are the ones I see at the filling stations.
10.
Yeah, it was. I can remember distinctly when the fuel was like maybe 5 or 6 cedis per liter. Then okay, Charlie, it's at 7. Oh, whoa, man, it's at 8. Really? It's at 9. It's at 10. We are still buying the fuel, but you are checking how you move around. You don't drive around bad. No. I mean, the one which got me was when I went to buy fuel. I think the Friday it was 9 point something, and then Monday morning it was 10 cedis. Then I went to buy, and I said, Charlie, fuel this they cost to. You know what the guy told me? He said, "Bila, if I buy a horse next time."
Oh.
With a smile on his face, I think you need a horse, Ponko. So Michael Blackson is complaining big time.
It's not just him, Kath.
He's a comedian, right?
Yeah.
He says Ghana things are expensive. I just tried to buy furniture and appliances, and they're over twice the price of what they cost me in the US. But I'm thinking, what do you expect when most of our stuff is imported? And the port fees. He's also complaining about the port fees. Of course, port fees are high, so they're going to slap on those port fees
onto the stuff
that they are bringing in.
Yes.
So unless we really get our act together and really promote our stuff, we're going to be importing stuff. And if you're going to import, you're going to use your small cedis to chase dollar, which is now over 8 cedis.
We import toothpicks.
Everything's imported. Most things are imported. Yeah, so that's what's going to happen. It's going to be expensive.
Our phone lines are open, and the number to call is 0543664264. 0543664264. What's Ghana looking like economically? If you were to describe your situation in one word, what would you say? Send us your messages on our WhatsApp number too, which is very active on 0555561034. And if you go on Facebook, and we are live streaming on Facebook, you can also. We have a caller. Good morning. Thank you for calling us. Tell us, what's Ghana looking like for you?
Calling from Wireless.
Wireless. Right. What's your name, please?
Wireless.
Right. Share your thoughts.
Okay. Hi, Pastor. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, Pastor. Hi, Kinka.
Yay.
I think the thing going on with our prices is skyrocketing. It's so serious that what I used to buy with 100 cedis, no longer. I need 250 cedis for that. Yes. And that's how serious it is. Common soap we used to buy 1.5 is now 3 cedis. And things are not getting easy at all.
When
the government did something about our salaries.
Where do you usually shop from? Where do you buy your produce from? Which markets?
From Agbogbloshie market.
Right. And Agbogbloshie is usually thought to be a market where the produce usually they are cheaper.
Yes. And things are so high that whenever you go there, they have increased everything. Whenever you go. And they tell you, it's not serious.
Right. Okay, thank you for calling us. Have a great day. Thank you for calling us. Hey, manage Ghana like that. We day inside like that. Or be so calm.
You say with him?
Yeah, we did inside. Like
we did inside. I mean, looking at this, there's an artwork that I don't know whether you see it on your screen right now, but I can see it. Say Kofi will buy Gary for 4 cedis. Sell it for 50 cedis. Kofi will later complain about hard economy. We are our own demons. Accra is too expensive. Yeah, I think people also want to make a profit very quickly. So they are buying something very cheap, and then they are adding a lot on it instead of looking at maybe just adding a little bit and getting repeat sales. Because once you don't have a repeat customer, somebody who comes to buy from you more than once, you don't really have a customer.
And
the person needs to come back and come back and come back. And
when I knew that Ghanaians, our attitude, we were proper greedy. Some of us are proper greedy. When COVID hit, the nose mask,
the mask went off. It was like 50 cities, right? 20 cedis.
And it just skyrocketed at the point 200 cedis.
One mask.
Come on. Franklin is joining the conversation. Franklin, good morning from Achimota.
Good morning. The price of things right now in Accra, I must admit, let me follow the words of Chatawale, it's bad.
It's bad.
It's terrible right now. I went to the market 1 week. I bought things, I went the next week and I got to double the price.
Whoa.
It's bad, I must admit.
It's bad.
I wonder why the CD have become like British pounds. It was like when I went to London. Ghana CD have to become pounds right now. Why? Something needs to be done fast. I wonder the common man, the common people, how they fare.
What's your suggestion, brother? What's your suggestion? What do you want the authorities to do to...
I think they should work. I think the people, many people are deliberately skyrocketing the price of things because some of them have the old stock of their goods, they bought it cheap, but they are taking advantage of you. Hear that this one costs expensive and you are making your own expensive. I hope you get my point. Some of them, some time ago, you still go stocks and they are selling it because you hear when went up. You just immediately add the prices of your goods. That's bad.
Do you want price controls? Do you want the government to step in and say there are certain things that should not go beyond a certain price, as is being done in some countries?
Thank you very much, Katsu.
Price control.
Thank you. You are very intelligent, Katsu. Price control. You don't just sell things because you hear that this part has added money and you are adding money. I told one of them the other day, you are just adding money because you heard. You heard that petrol added money, then you run to your carry shop and add your carry money. Why?
I feel your frustration, your pain.
All right. Thank you. You guys are doing a nice job.
Awesome.
Fans out here.
Nice one, man. Thank you. Keep watching GTV Breakfast.
All right.
Yes, man. Yes, man. Yeah, so maybe some price controls, but the price controls come at the individual level. People will not put the cap on their price. It has to come from the authorities.
And you know, there were some people that, you can call. Valerie, come into my office. Valerie, let's go for lunch. All those people, you are not calling me again. Why? Like, what's happening?
They're looking at how far. Times are serious.
So, Sam George is in the trends. This time not with LGBT, but he's in the trends on some numbers. 0001, there are some numbers floating around. And so there's a video coming up now. It's coming up on your screens now.
People can no longer afford 3 square meals. Many young men in Ghana today are playing formation. Better formation than Otoado. And you are the GFA. They are playing 0-1-0.
What's that?
Breakfast 0. Afternoon you eat 1. And that one, you know what they are eating? They're no longer eating coming because they're coming right now. The ball of kenke is now, my fist is bigger than a ball of 3 CD kenke. So now they're eating gobe. They eat gobe. Between 12:30 and 1:30. So you hold your stomach till 12:30, 1:30. You go and eat gobe. When you go, you tell them, madam, the beans, not plenty. The gari, plenty. And then they don't even buy cocoa. And then they eat that as foundation. And then they buy pure water. The pure water they used to buy for 5 pesos. Now it's 30 pesos.
So, yes, Sam George has been trending with that video. Thank you very much, Metro TV, for that video. It's yes. And that's the reality. Even the gobe calf, even the gobe kra, the prices of gobe have gone up.
No, you have to. We have to survive. So whatever you do to survive is what you do. Somebody's on the line.
Joe's is here. This is from 2015. Says me, I'm buying gobe 3 Ghana, cocoa 3 Ghana.
Hey, you go feature. You plenty. Then 2018.
Me, I'm buying gobe 3 Ghana, cocoa 3 Ghana.
Oh, this one they are normal levels. 2021.
This one, I'm buying gobe 3 Ghana.
It will reach you. You know they like food like that, eh?
Me, I'm buying gobe 3 Ghana, cocoa 3 Ghana.
And then the seller says, they don't serve 3 Ghana biom, right?
Gobasie. Like
no, but you see, we make fun of it, but it's quite serious. Money is not flowing around that much, and people who you wouldn't expect to be asking you for financial help are now doing that. Have you realized that?
Yes, I think I want to this disclaimer. The fact that you're on TV doesn't mean that you own a gold mine. I mean, even when you call me, I'm coming to call you. We have a call on the line. Thank you for joining the conversation. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Hi.
My name is Tina, calling from Achimota.
All right,
Tina.
Okay, so my discovery is that for the most part of 2021, I was for 200 cities because I don't move a lot.
Yeah.
So for a week, I would buy 200. I just drive and park and drive home.
Mm-hmm.
But from January to now, I started buying 250 a week. Then it got to 300, and then it got to 350, then it got to 400, and then it got to 450 a week.
Wow.
So what I have done is that I have actually stopped driving to work.
Simplicity.
I work in Tema, so I just take the trotro straight to Tema to my office, and then I take the trotro back.
There you go.
And the good thing about it is that it is also allowing me to walk from my junction to my house, which I wasn't doing. So now I can move a lot more.
Yep.
So it's more like an exercise thing for me. So I know when to move my car.
Yep.
Because the money was just...
That's it. I like the way you've spun everything, and you've seen benefits now in it that listen, I can save money and I can also improve my fitness levels.
Yeah.
That's the way to go.
So
creative, very creative.
Yeah.
If sea dry, go by land.
That'd be all.
Yeah. Any more survival strategies you are using you can want to share with us?
Well, I have stayed off social media for some time because it encourages me to buy junk, things I really don't want. Yeah, so I don't Instagram more.
What were you buying before those days that you don't buy again?
You're lady. You buy shoes that you don't need. You buy clothes that you really don't really need them, but you're buying them anyway. So now I don't even go there.
Don't expose yourself to the temptation.
Yes.
Nice moves. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And keep watching GTV. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
I had one neighbor like that. When the fuel prices went up, he said he just parked his car and started going. He took an Uber because he realized that your Uber will take you to work and back 15 cedis in out, so 30 Ghana cedis. But for him to drive to work and come back, you'll be spending more than that. So he took a decision that you just park and take. So yeah, people are kind of just re-strategizing around the whole thing because you need money. Money doesn't buy happiness, but poverty doesn't buy anything.
Anything at all.
Who wants
but
to
have you tried those Uber drivers who will go like through everywhere just to
increase the...
everybody's
when I enter an Uber or Bolt or this thing, I also put the map on.
Okay, right.
My map. And I say, listen, this is where it's clear. Follow this map.
Right. And so, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to hear from Airtel Tigo, who are proud sponsors of the segment. We'll be right back.
Wabaso. I heard he sold his family land to buy this car. Oh yes, 30 acres of land.
This year they were year. Star 500 has an aroma for a 30 common. A your transaction now. Use the more, Casa more, not blouse the more. What's it be in your quenya? I didn't kunim. I want to go so real. I took me so I bet me increasing me business. No. Oh yeah. Me the 81 and not 8 year. Tell them your tickets. Number winning sir. Mamma go there. I am on the cocoa. Tessy. Chame payanku. Akokono. The penny hips. Gary no kitsuwe.
Kwaku big boy.
Am I?
Abi.
1 week later.
00 hash now. Meet your weekly AT money, calls, and data targets to win your share of the over 1 million Ghana cedis cash prizes up for grabs.
I tried to go no.
Right, welcome back. And so Alhaji Yeme, all the way from Kumasi, he's on the phone line and refused to go off even during the commercial break. He said, no, I'm going to hold on. So yeah, Alhaji, thank you for holding on. And yes, share your thoughts with us. What's your take?
Madam, it's very unfortunate that the Hajj board director, I don't know whether he's around. Okay.
No, he's left, but he will forward it to him, yes.
Okay. It has to do with the schedule because of COVID in 2019. You know, we couldn't embark on the pre-claim.
Right.
And then we paid money. I paid money for my mother. And they said that last year, they came announcing to us that those of us who paid before the COVID strike, we are not going to add any, any additional money.
Top ups again, yeah.
Now they are calling us. I was even sleeping that very day. They called me in the evening that I should add 7,000. You know, sometimes, you know, you can't lie to people like this.
Okay.
You understand?
So what we want you to, we get you 100%. They've given us their numbers. They've put their numbers on our Facebook. We put their numbers on our Facebook page, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Okay. So call them directly and drop all your fire on them.
I hear.
Thank you, sir.
Now let me come back to the issue of economic challenges now.
All right.
It's very disheartening.
Charlie.
Things are, you know, what we need. Like the previous caller said that we need pricing what? Is it control?
Price control, yeah.
When we don't do that, I tell you, even if Jesus come to rule Ghana, we will all perish. Take it from me. Because, look, today they are just announcing things. Cities are no more anything.
Yeah.
If you are in London or in Japan with with $100, you can £100, you can buy so many things.
Yeah.
By the same $100 equivalent in cities, Masa, you can buy anything.
Yeah.
So it means yesterday the furniture, I went to ask and says 5,000 is the list price, 5,000. How can furniture cost that much? Furniture produced here in Ghana, food is becoming challenging. Average Ghanaian cannot feed. And these are the recipe for war. Cool. And they should sit up, seriously.
They should sit up. All right.
They should sit up.
Probably not going to happen. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. I believe the whole unbridled capitalism thing has to. This free market is just nonsense. You cannot allow people to just put whatever price they want. There has to be a level where the government comes and says, listen, you cannot go beyond this price. And they have to subsidize things for people so that food must be affordable. If food is not affordable, you're going to have problems. Countries have gone into trouble because of the price of bread. And this is not like a story. Bread can cause problems. So food prices have to be kept at a particular level. Put away all the textbook theories about capitalism and free market and all that jazz. I love jazz, by the way. And keep the prices at a certain level that everybody can afford. When people are full, their bellies are, they will not start thinking of crazy ideas. Because they are full. They are full, they go and sleep. Or they go and work if they have work to do. But you've got to keep the prices. Otherwise, it's going to have problems.
Right. Economic is not just in Ghana. Jean Grab from the UK is joining us on Facebook, and she's saying that not just Ghana, it's all over. Petrol sky high, electric bills, gas bills, food rent, council tax, everything here in the UK is high, not just Ghana.
Yeah, we agree, but we don't live in the UK. We live in Ghana. And in some other places, the authorities will put in measures to keep prices from just getting out of hand. So we appreciate her comment.
Right.
But we are in Ghana, speaking for Ghana.
Yeah.
Yes. We read the numbers on the fuel things. We know what the price of pure water is. We know what the price of bread is. We know what the price of cake is. Gari and beans.
Hold your fire.
Yeah. They don't eat gobe in UK.
Yeah, they don't chop gobe.
They don't do 010. We do 010 here.
So make them no talk one.
No, they should talk, but we are here.
Right. Dorothy is calling us. Dorothy, thank you for joining us. What's happening?
I went to school. Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
I went to school to buy something, and guess what? The woman has offered where she gets her stamp, like from the wholesale shop, and it's like they've increased the price. And the thing already in the shop, like they should hold on, she wants to increase them before she starts selling. And we were like, hey, really? We couldn't talk because she owns her shop. So we always said it was like she has increased the price. So when I'm going and let's say I'm going with maybe 100 to this and say, oh, maybe I want to buy this, I want to buy this. You can never buy it. Even your face, you even bring it. If you don't put it somewhere, you wouldn't get it. So in my opinion, I think they are taking advantage of the fact that things are going high. And they're just pricing it the way they like, the way they want. Because you go to this particular person and we say this one is 5 to this. You go here, the other one says it's 7 to this. The other one says 10 to this. Like, you wouldn't go rough the whole place. But you wouldn't get the thing you even want and the price you like you
right, Dorothy. Okay, Dorothy. So what are you doing now to save some money? What are you doing now to save some money?
Now I have to cut off some expenses, manage them, like the things I used to. Well, maybe I used things to, because now the things are way they've been overpriced, like 2 times the price it used to. Yeah, so all you have to do now is to just cut off some expenses, like manage them so that you go, because the cost of living now is way too high.
Outrageous.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Price control, like others are saying, that one too, it has to be effective, because there are people are taking advantage.
Yeah.
And it's so quite annoying.
Right. Thank you, Dorothy.
Thank you, Dorothy. I agree with Dorothy. I used to buy meat pies at a nice joint for like 9 cedis. I come back, then it's 18 cedis. I said, what? 1 meat pie? What? Is it Ukraine? He says, yes. So now I've stopped eating that meat pie. I eat fruit.
It's healthier.
Yeah, it's healthier.
When you go to the market, you know, when you go to this person, say this tomato person, oh, where are 3 cedis? Where are 4 cedis? When you go to the next person, sometimes they might bring it down. But now, they've done, it's a fixed price thing in the market. Obia and 10 cedi. So no, there's no everywhere. Yeah.
There's a message here from, it said, Valerie, do you know, because of the current economic situation, this is on WhatsApp, we find ourselves, our eating habits have also been affected. We eat more carbo, less protein these days. In my company, for instance, our normal canteen food is 2 bowls of rice and 2 chicken. Now the food is so small that when staff get to the service area, they say, give me 3-1 or 4 meal, which means 3 bowls of rice and 1 meal means 4 of the carbo, no fish, no protein. So 4 bowls of rice, no chicken, no. So people are eating carbo-rich food, less protein. Can you imagine? This is Jordan reaching us on 055-556-1034.
Right.
Yes.
Albert is joining us from Bolga. Albert, what's it like for you in Bolga? Alfred. Yeah, sorry, I beg your pardon. Share with us.
Yo, Fonu, speak. Go ahead now.
Okay, when you're
but agreement minister,
have you my question of you?
And you boy in Ghana.
Aye.
And very good night. The person was a full and planting job minister. No, doing Ghana. And then I was almost what is a general Ghana. I want my own food. And I know if you get my mom when you're
please ask me what he's eating.
Okay, Alfred. In the woods, you see a dinner, Woody. What's the sound diet, Anna?
Yeah, they haven't a bit. Just why you Ghana, you practically free a job. Oh, Ghana. I went up from Kama, for the next, a common buyer. I want to do it. Then, what do you
Alfred, put the planting and foods for jobs aside. What are you eating?
You had
the
portions changed?
Remember, in this year,
is he still buying the same fufu at the same price, or it's changed?
Ain't to say oko choba and as oko didia and as oko marketer sika o de kono.
Because you're talking about eggs, fufu and eggs. All right, you eat fufu with, wow, that's a big combination right there.
It's a bit, it wasn't, the conversation wasn't, but we get his point. He's pretty frustrated, as is almost everybody.
Okay, all right,
yeah.
Okay. I hear beer, you could buy 3 bottles of beer with 10 cedis back then, but now you can only buy 1, because that's somebody's concern, because he's drinking his 3 bottles of beer for 10 Ghana, and now it's 1 for 8 Ghana cedis for a bottle of beer. So that's what's happening, man. That's somebody's concern. You are thinking of bread, somebody's thinking of beer. That's how it works. Somebody will say it's all carbo. They're all made from wheat.
What do James on Facebook is saying? He says that I think the price control thing is what can actually help us now, because a lot of people are taking advantage of economic situation, because a lot of people are really going through hard times now. Yes. will resonate.
More messages on 055-556-1034. You are giving us a lot of information. There must be price control. Okay. Nero says, hello, Caf and team. The prices of goods and services have skyrocketed and the quantities have been reduced drastically. A 5-kilo rice bag has now been reduced to 4.5 and the price increased. Thanks, team, for the good work for God and for mankind. Frank Akwesi Ejay.
Right.
More messages. If the traders cannot control how much the government prices fuel, I don't think the government could control how much traders price their goods. Wizinamo Insunyani Fiapre. So people are talking about controls on government side and on trader side as well, because fuel inputs into the cost of what they are selling.
Definitely.
Any more?
Yes. Ima from Tesh is joining us. Ima, thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. I believe you're all doing well.
Yes, we are.
First of all, I want to say I agree when the lady commented from UK. He made me, he said something that we are in Ghana, not UK. Because that same lady asked her how much is being paid a month over there in UK compared to how much we earn here in Ghana in a month. So that comparison, I do not subscribe to it. And the other caller talked about the traders taking undue advantage of the increment to increase their own prices.
Yeah.
Believe me, I agree. I accept what they are doing. Reason being, the government also, they increase things at will. So what do you expect the traders to do? My dear sister, you go to the market today. The cost of buying something is different from what you get tomorrow morning. Go to Makola, for instance, Tuesday, then you will see. Personally,
you're right.
Yes, I prefer cooking at home. It's called, it takes more cooking than buying out there. Because when cooking, for instance, being you as well, I am very good in preparing it. So I know the quantity of water to use just a cup of beans. So I know how to make this measurement according to time. And
right.
The Gary, well, the reason for people consuming more Gary than beans is because you see, when you mix beans with Gary, because of the carbohydrate protein index, it makes you drink lots of water.
Yeah. Right.
And aside that, carbohydrate on its own is strength. We know that. So it can sustain you longer.
Right.
So, yeah, so that's the main reason for people consuming more. And then your co-host said something, and I agree with him about a company, something where they said they could no longer demand for chicken. Yes. So you are better now we think of quantity over quality. That is where we have come to. It's no longer about quality. It's now about quantity.
Quantity, huh?
Yep.
Thank you, Ima. Thank you, Ima, for calling us. Have a great day. Thank you. Got any more messages?
Okay, yeah. So, is it time that we ask for price controls to be introduced into Ghana? That's a question I'm asking on Twitter, and I'd love you to get your responses on that. Azukuzia Bernard Ane says, yes, it's very necessary. The price of foodstuffs in Ghana is too much. That's one there. And I know in some countries they deliberately keep the food prices at a particular level so that people can eat. The citizens must eat. And they must eat. Food must be cheap. Food has got to be cheap. Otherwise, you're going to have problems. Human beings need to eat. Bottom line. People do crazy things just because they don't have food. We don't want that to happen. Yeah.
And where there's so much food that's produced, and then to bring it back here, it gets stuck because the roads are bad.
Exactly.
I watched the documentary, and truckloads of food went bad.
Yes.
Because the roads it was just there. They were parked there for 4 days.
And they couldn't go anywhere.
No.
Meanwhile, this is a message on Twitter, on WhatsApp. It seems Ghanaians talk too much. For crying out loud. The hardship is everywhere. You see, when I hear this, then I want to pull the little hair that I have on my head.
Wake up, hold on. Let's listen to our last caller from Agoba. Then you have every. Thank you for calling us. What's your name, please?
Hi, I'm Victoria from Agoba.
Hi, Victoria. Okay, you have ears.
Yes, thank you. My first question: could you believe a ball of kinke is 4 cedi in Agoba?
Hey, 4 Ghana cedis.
One ball.
4 Ghana cedis. Yeah.
Where do you buy your kenke from in Agbogba? Where?
Opposite, when you get to the Wisconsin school.
Because I keep an eye, guys will go there.
Yes,
4 Ghana cities.
Yes, when you go to when you get to Wisconsin University, there's a road on your right opposite the school. The name of the place is Eat More Fish. That's the place of the kinky place. It's called Eat
More Fish.
Yeah.
Eat More Fish.
So and they actually weigh their fish, you know. So when they're buying fish, they put it on a scale and then tell you 1 point something kg is 5 cb. You know, they literally.
Kenkemu Pro Max. This is Kenkemu Pro Max.
Are you in Ghana? Is this a national call?
I take a video or something. This thing is so interesting.
Agbogba to the whole we are saying. Listen, they are weighing the fish.
They actually weigh the fish. I should take a video for you guys.
Yeah, you should. Send it to us.
I want to see this
on our WhatsApp number or Facebook.
They weigh the fish.
This is Kenkemu Pro Max.
Fried fish is being weighed.
Yes.
Kalami, Ocho.
They do. You just check the place out. It's called Eat More Fish.
Eat More Fish.
I
have to visit them today, sir. Through the rain, sir.
What? Say that again.
I'm going to visit them, man. I'll go back.
Oh, yes. Please do. They are just around the Wisconsin University.
What did you say your name was? When I go there, I'll say that. Victoria. Victoria sent me here.
Victoria.
I'll go there.
I always fight with them.
But you always go. Why do you keep going there, though? Why do you keep going there if you fight?
The KK is nice.
The KK is nice. Victoria, thank you so much. You're making me hungry now.
Eat more fish.
Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you for calling.
Thank you. Yeah, Eat More Fish. We'll check them out. They weigh the kalami. Kalami is fried fish in there. Say it, kalami. Kalami. Yeah, that's it. Chinam. In Chinam.
Yes. Kena.
Listen, this conversation, let me read more messages for you because some of you say we are complaining all the time. Yes, I was going to rant.
Okay.
It seems Ghanaians talk too much for crying out loud. The hardship is everywhere. This is economic equalization.
Okay, Taf, before you rant, there's something on the screen.
The cost of living is going up and the chance of living is good. I mean, my chance of living is going up. Please.
The cost of living is going up.
But my chance of living is also going up.
Why would you say that, guys?
I don't. The cost of living cannot suppress me. We'll find ways of going around it. We have to. We can't lose hope. No, hope is the currency that you need. You cannot lose hope. You lose hope, you die. I want to live life and declare the works of the Lord. Everybody say amen.
Amen.
Listen, it's gloomy, but I think there are ways around. People have given us tips on how they are saving money by thinking creatively. Look, even carpooling. If 4 of you live on one road and you're all driving your cars out,
you're
going to spend a lot of money. So then now I know people are carpooling. So 4 neighbors, they all move in one direction.
Same direction.
You all move in one car. And then you split the cost of the fuel. You spend less fuel. You all move there in one car. You know, and so those are creative ways. If Trotro will help, if Uber will help, instead of you driving long distances, you do it. Yeah, but you have to survive. You have to save also. Because I know.
Surviving and saving.
You have to save. You have to save for a rainy day. It's raining now. You have to save.
There's nothing to save.
No matter what you earn, you can save. If it's like the mentality is 10% of whatever I take this does not belong to me, then you've saved. No
3 people who I spoke to before we came on say everything is my salary. Why?
I heard an interview that Kweku Sechiado gave years ago, or no, Komandoma gave to a shoe shine guy who was making, and the money the shoe shine guy had saved was more than people in offices had saved for the year.
Not the same economic situation, Scarf.
No, Shushan guy making small money.
Yes, but it wasn't in the same.
But he was still saving.
That's the key. Save no matter what.
Save no matter what. So please, at least a 10% there. Put it down for yourself.
Okay, so we are a big family here. We are a big family here on hashtag GTV Breakfast. And so, hey, the show is not over, even though it's over. Send us your comments and your survival skills because we all need that. Yes. Unless from one big family. And so send your survival skills. So you can do it. Hashtag survival skills. Hashtag GTV Breakfast to our WhatsApp number 055-556103. We'll read all the comments tomorrow. And also to our Facebook where we stream live every day. Also catch a repeat of the show again at 11 p.m.
And we are putting the Hajj numbers on our Facebook page.
Yes.
So those of you pilgrims. And I understand that you can go there as a tourist. Next year, inshallah, I want to go to Mecca as a tourist to just go and cover. I'm not going to do the pilgrim. I'm not a Muslim, but I'd love to go. I'm just curious about what goes on there. I'd love to go there to check it out. So hopefully, God give us life. We'll go check it out. So go to our Facebook page. You'll see the number for the Hajj board numbers. It's been tough. And Val, so numbers are actually on the screen, so you can check it out. Right, take a screenshot quickly. Don't lose that. Just take photo then. Call them. So it's me and Val here. Jay and Daryl and Maltiti and Thelma. We're sending out shouts to all of them. We've held the fort for you. Continue on your break. Take another 2 weeks.
Righty.
I'll do the show.
We will finish now. So we'll see you at 11 p.m. on GTV. So you catch a repeat of everything. You see Kaf and I again.
They should see me also. They can't see me right now. Please.
They'll see.
You can see me.
Yeah, so you can see the two of us. Yes.
I want to do my catwalk skills. So they say I will do catwalk.
No.
They don't want me to catwalk.
No. Kaf is going to cost. No, we're done.
Okay, I'll just do a pose.
Bye, guys. Have a great day. Bye.
This one's for Trisha.
Hey, Trisha. You mean
Live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.